Alright, welcome back to another episode of Game Crafters. This is a weird day to be recording this episode, being a Monday. But we got a vacation week, so we are going back into this. So, before we begin, if you enjoyed today's episode, please leave a like and subscribe for more. Now, I went on ahead, went into these. Well, that's not a good choice to go to. And I changed these to not have the box collider here. All the ones that need to not have it. So the optimization here has been taken into, consideration. I also got the practice thing open, and I found the perfect font for this, for Paint Maze. So, yeah, there's that. Also, let me just make sure that this is... Alright, good. So, yes, today we're going to be getting navigation here set and done with, and maybe, hopefully, a save system. So I guess we're going to need to go into the menu script here. And I guess this is probably going to be a menu function, or do we just... Yeah, I guess we'll have it in the menu function, why not? So, I guess first things first, I should probably bring some of these things up and get them prepared to be ready to use. I got the save state stuff and all that right here. But we're not going to use it yet. We're going to leave that there. When it's time for us to make the save state, we'll make it. But we want to make sure that we get navigation done with first before we do anything in that department. So, I need to create a new script. C# it is. Alright, let's see. I guess menu, or start menu player. So I type that in correctly. Yep, start menu player. Okay, so we're going to start with trying to get the intro here set. We're also going to get a few other things here done with. And I guess since this is a completely different player, we're probably going to need to do a few more things. I don't even know why I have this here, because color blindness mode isn't activated in the beginning, because that's more save file wise. Alright, so we need to detect up, which, if I remember correctly, needed a box collider. Yep. I don't even think we needed... Or, do we need that? I think it was just a rigid body that we need, but you know what, we'll have both. Yeah, because in terms of the gameplay player over here, I gave them both the rigid body and the box collider. So I guess that's what we're going to be doing for the player here. Which is fine, I guess. Now right now this is just the player in the menu system, obviously. In terms of stuff like, how you say, the zone transition and whatnot, it is, also, was that is trigger? No, that doesn't need a trigger regardless, because of the fact that it is essentially its own thing. So this doesn't need that. I don't know why I did that. Make this 0.5 and 0.5. And I guess the player here will also be 0.5 and 0.5, even though it doesn't matter, because this isn't necessarily the main thing we're working on. So this is just going to be used primarily to detect if there are certain things nearby. Matter of fact, I feel like I need to do other things. This one doesn't need to be ignore, because there's no, what's the word I'm looking for? There is no shifters in the menu. The player moves like normal. Alright, let's see. You need to go down, you need to go right, and you need to go left. There we go. And I'll put you here. Even though you kind of don't matter for a few obvious reasons, being that color blindness mode can't be activated in the start menu, I'll still leave you there, because I might use you again in the future. Funny how we're making this again. I guess technically, I'm going to make another folder. Menu player. Or I should say start menu player. Script. I believe? Yep. Well, I gotta go here, and I gotta move you over to here, which means you're going... Oh, you never were open to begin with, so it doesn't matter. Alright, good. Great. So I guess for starters, we need to get a few things set up for this guy. So a public bool. I guess in this instance... Actually, wait, do we need that? No, wait. Public int movement. That's what it was, right. This is not a case of it detecting if there's a wall there. It's detecting a wall and changing the movement in the menu to, you know, the usual enemy movement. I will get to work on all of that stuff, but in a minute, at the moment, we're going to be doing other things right now. So let's make this part easier on ourselves. Detect down, detect left, detect right, and detect up. Duplicate. God. Yes, I know. You're not worrying about that. I don't know what that is, but it's fine. Alright, so here's everything. Let's move all of this over to here. Stop it. And now let's rename these. That is not what I wanted. That is also not what I wanted. There we go. Alright. Detect, or SM detect up. Of course you're going to do that. It's fine. I don't need to have that there. Start menu detect up. All this is going to do... Well, I guess technically... No, we don't need that. We don't need to call it SM. We can call it menu. Or we could just call it something... I don't know. Because if this is just going to be used to change the player's movement, then we technically don't really need this. Like this. I don't know what I want to call it. I guess just leave it as menu for now. Right, menu. Yep. Well, yeah, a lot of this is kind of pointless. I don't even know why I duplicated it, but it's fine. I'm going to open up all of these, and I'm going to change their thing here to this. Copy you. Copy you. Copy you. And paste you, I mean. Yeah, like literally most of this is not what we need. We just need a player script grab, or in this instance, a start menu player script grab. I'll still call it player though, because that's a hell of a lot easier than go through all of the other stuff. This doesn't need a variable. This doesn't really need walls. Whoops. Yeah, those will be gotten rid of. Not sure why I have it set like that, but I guess it's fine. There's no need for exit detections, because as soon as it enters it... Well, I guess it depends. No, there is something that we need, but what... Right, hold on, I just forgot. It is actually wall up, down, left, and right, because of a few reasons, but it's not all of this. So I guess we do technically need a wall, but it's not in the same vein. No. We don't need any of this stuff. We just need that. Right? I had a very specific setup in mind where the player will move back and forth in like specific movement instances. So if it detects if there's a block above it and a block to the right of it, that means it has to go down. Depending on the movement that it's going. I think. That's something in mindset for that. I guess technically, yeah, that makes sense, but at the same time, it's a bit more of a Oh, we'll worry about that later. We're going to set up all of our walls here. Real quick. Right, there's that. I gotta go through all of this and delete all of this. Easy enough. I mean, yeah, technically, if we're going by like corner-based movements, then yeah, that makes sense. Going by corner-based movements means that depending on what direction the player moves in will determine where the player is going to move. That's what it was, right. I remember now. Been a while since I've thought about this particular instance. I didn't really look too far into it. All I know was that I need to have like a series of 4 walls, because 6 would be enclosed, and all the directions you needed to be in. So if it's like a corner, because there's only a corner-based movements. There's no like, yeah, it's only corner-based movements. So technically, all of this stuff here works perfectly for what we need for the player right now. In this department, variables. And now I need a private speed variable? No, private int speed. Which is essentially just cooldown, depending on what, the cooldown time is. I guess it depends. There's a few things here that we need to take into consideration for this particular instance. So first off, update setup. Setup. Void update. We don't really want it to be private, even though it doesn't exactly matter. So right now we're setting up movement change, which is essentially detecting to see if there is any changes in a few instances when it comes to movement. So this one should be simple enough. If movement, well, I guess this one depends. No, actually, wait. If wall up is equal to true, and that's not and wall right is equal to true. Well, I'm not sure how this is going to work. Also, this does have to be changed, though. Other.tag. Could be a layer, but a tag is fine, too. We can't call it wall, because we don't want, like, certain things to mess up, so I guess we'll call it, direction. Sure, why not? Direction. Good. I was worried that I was going to grab the parentheses, but it didn't. There we go. And there we go. Alright, good. Great. So if it detects these two, up and right, if movement, let's see, so that would be 1. If movement is equal to 1, then movement equals, in this case, 2, because that's the only direction it can go in. So as soon as the player goes to a wall, well, I guess in this instance, wall here and here, if it's moving to the right, it will go down. And then there's this one, if movement is equal to 0, i.e. going upwards, then movement equals 3. And that's for the one corner. And there is a very specific setup that we're going to have for the zone player when the time comes. But for now, though, we're getting our corner set. So now we want left. Whoops. Wall left. In this instance, if the player is moving left, it's still going to go down. But this will be this instead. So that's like our that corner instance. Now we need this to be down. Which in this instance, still, if that is 1, then that changes to 0 this time around. But if this is 2, this changes to, let's see, 1. No, would it still be 3? It would just have to be this needs to be 0, right? Wait, what? Did I just change that to 2 and not realize? Oh, I did. Never mind. I'm an idiot. I somehow unconsciously changed that 0 to a 2. I was right the last time. Alright, so still in the same direction, going down, but if it's right there, then that means it's, you know, from the left. Wait. No, from the left, you gotta be 3. Right, of course. Whoops, I don't want to insert. Right? No. Okay, hold on. Brain, remember. It is 1. It is still 1, it's just that changes to 0. And that is 3. Which means essentially all I gotta do for this one, change that to down. That's still the same, except this is 0 now. And movement is 2, and it's still 1. Right. Alright, good, great. I'm glad we passed that hurdle. And of course, we want to set regions, so we'll call this movement change. It feels pointless having a comment there. We have, like, regions to work with, you know? Right, so there's our movement change, at least for this department. I'll still have that there. I like that as a good determining factor of when things, you know, are doing this thing. Also, it's still somewhat cold, but it's not as cold. Also, I need to keep this freaking blanket off the damn floor. Alright, so the player here moves differently from most things. We need a private bool called cooldown, which essentially allows for the player to, like, you know, move but can't move after that. So I guess we should get up an IE numerator and just call it movement. Move. Let's call it move. We already have movement. Okay, so we need to do translates and whatnot. We also need to get sound effects for the player, but we'll worry about that in a minute. So this one, well, I guess technically that would be an update, right? I guess it depends. Right, cat? Depends. What's your tail doing there? Well, I know we need a cooldown, so I'll probably have an IE numerator for cooldown as well. Not cooldown. CD? Yeah, I'll call it CD. Why not? So CD is going to be indicative to speed. You'll see why that's going to be important in a minute. Essentially, cooldown equals true. And, wrong one. Yield, return, new, wait 4 seconds. And this is speed. I guess technically you need to be afloat then, actually. There we go. And then cooldown equals false. That's our little CD or cooldown instance. So I guess, but technically we need a stop, don't we? Yeah, private. Or do we want this to be private? Well, if we need to change it, we can change it whenever. Moved. Yeah, that's what we'll call that. Moved. Alright. So, obviously, first things first, a start core team for CD. There we go. Where that does its thing. Yield return null, which I think is fine. I'm not sure. Well, it would be easier to just have it in the update because I know that works entirely, but it's fine. If we need to move things, we'll move it. So if movement is equal to 0, and what was it again? Translate? Right. So in this instance, if I remember correctly, it was just that, right? Positives going upwards, I think, if I remember correctly. So it does that, moves it. I guess it depends. Yeah, we could probably, maybe. If moved is equal to true, yeah, sure, why not? Essentially, what move will be will, it will essentially just like have the player just be moved as soon as the player inputs something, which is going to be utilized. Oh wait, no. This is gonna go here. Now you can be negative. And then you, -1. And we'll have this stuff in here. Well, technically we should have this be out here. Just in case. And the reason for this, primarily, is as soon as this does its thing, i.e. numerator. Well, cooldown's kind of pointless then, isn't it? Yeah, it is kind of pointless. And that's wrong. I need to do start core team, you fool. And just do move. Yeah, the cooldown would kind of be pointless. You wouldn't even be needed then if we do it like this. Assuming we want to do it like that. We could just call you cooldown. Assuming that this is going to work properly. As soon as the player hits a spot that makes moved equals false, then they stop moving. And then there's going to be some inputs in here. We gotta get this right. So as soon as this is activated, it'll make move equals true and do that. Then, depending on what these are, we'll have that move. And then there's the start core team cooldown. Well, again, I guess it depends on how we want to have that set. Unless we want that to be a cooldown as well. It could be what we have as cooldown, but I'm not sure. I mean, I avoided doing the start thing because of certain instances that made start like stop work or enter stop working. Not sure why enter stops working after some time. Doesn't make sense, but I guess it's fine. Alright, so movement. This one's going to be a little bit tricky because we don't have like the set here that we need to work with. Well, for the menu, we only really need WNASD. So all we would need to do is have detect up and down, detect to see if there's stuff there that we don't need. And detect to see if the player's in a certain spot that allows them to do certain things. There's a lot more things here that we have to do. It's a lot more than just simple movement scripts. So I guess what we could probably do while we wait for this thing to just reload all of these scripts that we just worked on. There we go. What we can do in the meantime, well, actually what we should do first is get this set up immediately so that this can do its thing. Down, right, no, that's left. I failed. And now for left. There we go. Alright, so we're going to make some corner bits that are only really going to be used in the menu. 2 instances in the menu. So we just need an empty directional block, wherever the hell that is. I guess that's fine. We can set this as prefabs, at least for this, so that we can use them with ease. So there's our directional block. I guess what I can call this, actually, is upright corner. Yeah. Whoops, didn't want to do that. Which then we can go on ahead and have an up directional block, which we'll put right up here. We'll give it, of course, a box collider and a rigid body. Even though, again, I don't remember if rigid bodies are important. Well, no, if the walls don't have rigid bodies, then technically, no, they're not important. So I will not give you that. You will not have... Whoops. I guess we'll just do that then. But you do need to be triggered. 0.5. Where are we here? Alright, there's that. So this is an upright corner. So now, I guess it will be easier to just copy directional block. Now we have the right block right here. Although I guess I probably should have tagged this. And the tag was indeed directional, right? Direction, not directional. And a new tag. The direction. Sure, why not? Direction. Whoops, that's the wrong one. There we go. Well, that's got to be spelled right regardless. So, good. So here's direction. Here's the other direction. And that's our first direction. Our first directional box. I'll leave that here, but I'll go on ahead and create a prefab. And I guess I'll just go on ahead and make a menu prefab. So this will be used for all menus. So we got our upright corner block. I guess before we do that, wait, what? Oh, I guess because you're like selling. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So before we do that, we're going to set up all the others. Downright next. So this one is simple. Just move you down here, and there's that. And we got to do the same. This time is down left, which is basically just us needing to move this here. Although I should be naming these left and down. Down left, down right. And I'll just name you down as well. I should probably just name a directional block. It doesn't exactly matter, but it's fine. Alright, then we're going to go on ahead and create an up left corner. Move you to the left. There we go. And boom. Alright, good. So we got our corner blocks at least. Yep. Alright, I will delete these now. And I will go on ahead and start working on getting these set inside of here. So in our intro, we need directional blocks. Also, I gotta make sure that the camera follows the player. Although part of me is curious how this will work if I have this following the player like so. Alright. So here's our directional block. I'm gonna go on ahead and put down right over here. We should get the player to move up. And then an up left right over here. And now we need something to stop the player. This one might seem simple, but it's not really. And you will see why soon enough, why it's not simple. Well, no, it's simple. I don't know why I'm saying it's not simple. It's really simple. So player stop. So when it comes to navigation, we just need the player to move. Simple as that. Now, I need to name you player stop. What this essentially is doing is stopping the player in their tracks. So as soon as they come across this thing, they stop. So you need a box. That is not what I wanted. Physics. You need a physics box collider. There you are. Also, where the hell is this right now? Oh, you're over here. Technically, no, you're not supposed to be here. Go back to 0. Player stops are used to stop the player from moving, and are going to be essential for essentially every single instance in getting the player to stop moving. Which makes sense, because the player needs to stop moving when we need them to stop moving. It's going to be important for not only the menu system, but also other things. I guess I'll leave this here like so. But we need to go on ahead into the start menu. And now we need to have empty directional blocks. To which then we place the stop here. We'll have a few of them. So let's make you here and you here. As soon as the player gets to that point, they stop. Now, we're going to first, before we do anything, we're going to just first try to get the player to move through all of this. But before we can do that, we need to get enter detections for the start movement here. So, enter detections. Void, on trigger stay. I'm hoping that this won't be too big of an issue. Well, I guess it depends on how we have this set. We could have it just be an update and just have that constantly update and have there be a cooldown instead. I'm used to that. Don't know why. Probably shouldn't be, but I'm used to it. Alright, so whenever other.tag is equal to player stop, then moved equals false, which is going to be important for a few things. We just want this to, stay true with its instance. And now we got start setup. This one's pretty simple. Void start. I don't know why I deleted those, since we were going to need them regardless. But I'm kind of just winging it right now and trying to remember exactly what it is I wanted to do to make this work. So moved is equal to, or move equals true. And movement equals 1. Well, I guess technically start core team setup. We'll do that instead. I'll have setup here. What do I want to hear? I guess it depends. IE numerator setup. Oops. That's the wrong one, you fool. Yield return new wait for seconds, you fool. 0.5f. Because of the fade transition and whatnot. It does that, and then does this. There we go. So it's false by default, preventing this from moving. Yeah, I guess that would make sense. Alright, so we are going to reinitiate you, and we're going to see what this looks like so far. It didn't do the fade. Player's not moving. Nope, player's not moving. Still staying there. What are you on right now? Or did I not set that up? No, movement is 1. Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot this is not on an update, this is on a movement. Yeah, sure, no, the enumerator for now. This is the wrong one again. Start coroutine. Move. There we go. Now it should work. Although I don't know why the fading transition isn't working. That I am not sure. Jesus! Alright, okay, I forgot speed needs to be adjusted. Right, of course. Speed equals 0.25f. How could I forget? I forgot about speed. Okay, now it should work. I still don't understand why fade transition isn't working. Oh. Right. Technically, it is working. It's just not in the area that it's supposed to be in. I guess I could make the scale 100 for 100 then. Although that seems kind of pointless. I hope the bigger it is doesn't change the fact that... Yep, there it goes. There it moves. I forgot my headphones. Wow, the player did a dodge right there, didn't it? It could probably go a little bit faster. Realm of the Cat Production presents. Now, it's going to change cameras as soon as it gets to a certain point. It didn't stop. Alright, well, that's fine. I need you to get out of the way. How can I forget? It's a good thing there is no sound effects currently, because that would suck. I forgot about this. Although, essentially, it doesn't exactly matter because of the whole, what do you call it, instance. There being no sounds right now. Alright, so why did you not stop the player? Oh god. No. Alt, you fool. I don't know where the hell I am now. Why did all these get selected? Ugh. Oh, that's why, you frickin' douche. Alright, player blocks. Where are you right now? 0. 0. Did I forget to give you a rigid body? I probably did. That's most likely what I did. Ah yes, of course! The rigid body. And that's why you need rigid bodies for things that have to detect stuff. For things that are supposed to be detected, you don't really need it. If you're trying to detect certain aspects, then yeah, it's kind of important. I don't know why any of that is like that by default, but it's fine. It's fine. The player now has a rigid body. I'll move the rigid body up. Have all that down. Okay, let's see. I do want to get the sound effects so we know that the player is moving. So what I will do is create sound effects. And I will create an audio source. Movement sounds. SFX, of course. What's wrong, Cadillac? And player movement. There we go. I gotta look back at the player and remember what I did here. I think it was 2, but I don't want to guesstimate. I want to actually get the right sound. 1.75, right, okay. 0.5, 1.75. Got it. 0.5, 1.75. And of course, negative 100, so you're not in the way. That is also vitally important. Audio, or sound effects. Public audio source. There it is. Move. Movement sound. There we go. Christ, so many. I guess it makes sense to call it movement sound instead of just audio source movement. So, what was it again? Sound effects. It was void play movement. I'm going to try not to look at it. And then movement sound dot play. Right, that's what it was. And then every movement you do, doesn't matter, you will always be moving in either direction. You do play movement. Boom. There we go. So now all I gotta do is just connect you two together. And we'll be set. I realize that getting all of this is going to take a little bit of time. It's going to take a lot of time, really. Yep. There's the enemy. It is a bit of a slow start, though, I will say. So maybe we change it or something. At least some of the movement is working just fine. Now, are you going to stop here? Good. Okay, great, fantastic. So players stop where they need to stop. So far so good, but now we need to do something with this camera. We don't want the camera to follow the player, like what it's been doing. We want the camera to follow the player in a very particular motion. And then we want you to do your thing, which this is going to be a little bit difficult, but I think we can manage. Right, Cat? So what I'm going to do is create camera pan out. It's similar to what we have with this being at negative 4,000. We're going to do a little something called lerp. This camera is going to lerp to that thing's position once the time comes. But this needs to follow the player. And it's been a while since I've done this, so I gotta remember what I need to do to get this to follow stuff. But all I did was admitted stuff. All I need to do for this is go over to here and grab a script. See, I got my save state stuff right over here. Right where it needs to be. And also I got the text stuff as well. Which is going to be a hell of a lot easier to do certain things like changing numbers and writing up the names of certain things. Might not be the same text or font, but it's fine. It's close enough. Wish I could get to be the exact same font, but it's fine. It doesn't matter. Alright, let's see. Where is it? There was something about movement. That's teleport spheres. That's variable digits. Wall move, follow. Ah, yes, follow. This is what we want. Alright, let's see. Right. I think this one was how you got it to move. Move towards. Okay, alright. I'll leave that there. We're going to go on ahead and get the script for this set. I do got, no, you don't see anything. Freaking, whatever it's called, Discord, go over there. Get out of there. I want to see this. 44 minutes. Wait, you did see stuff. Well, shit. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you didn't see anything important. Just that somebody was online. New function. Start menu. No, that's for start menu function stuff. Alright. So I guess what we want to do in the start menu Start menu player. Never mind. Yeah, we should put it here actually. Oh yeah, we don't have the sound manager here, do we? Or did I put it in here and I forgot? Did I put it in here? I can't quite remember. Well, if I didn't, I'll do it now. Alright, let's see. Where did I go again? Pause menu. Well, technically, this should be a pause menu. I should call that something else. Alright, here's the sound manager. I'll put it, I guess, up here. Yep. This is essentially for all of this stuff right here. And it also has these sound effects, which, to an extent, doesn't exactly matter for a few obvious reasons. Wait, what was Sound Manager again? I feel like I grabbed this without remembering what its purpose is. Yeah, let's activate Sound Manager script. Or was it just the case of the pause menu grabbing stuff from there? Was that it? No, it wasn't. Weird. Where did I grab that from? I gotta load up something here because I don't remember. I'm gonna load up just the nuke level. Sure, why not? Oh yeah, save. Save just because. What did I do for this again? You had the sound manager. Oh yeah, that's right. You grab those sounds from here. Right. And now we can grab these sounds and put them in. Right, that's what it was. Okay, good. I remember now. I remember. Don't you worry. Okay, we're at the start menu now. Now we're back to what we're doing. So then, let's see. We need to get the camera's movement. That's right, that's where we were. So I'm going to go over to here. I'm going to create a new C# script. Intro camera. Out of the way. Come on, load up. Okay. So, I guess this one is simple. I guess in this instance, this just needs to follow the player. I think we need to start it. So now that we are in here, let's see. We need to follow tags with player. I guess technically speaking, that means the player mark needs to have the tag player. So, game object find with tag, right. And then there's the speed, of which we will change, and then there's game object player. Alright, simple enough. So, game object player. Speed, I don't really think we need. Find player, I guess technically speaking, you would be here. And you would probably be this. What was it again? Just player? Yeah. Player dot game object. Wait, that's not right. Why are you auto selecting that? Dot oops. Find with tag. Wait. Huh? You're not changing it, but that's fine. Find with tag. Oh, of course not. It's this. Right. And then what was it? Just simply player? Was that it? Did I copy that right? I did. Good. Alright, now move towards player. And this was basically just transform dot position equals vector movement 3. So transform dot position equals vector 3 dot move towards, and then it was just another transform dot position. And what else was there? Comma player dot transform dot position, and then speed. Player dot transform. Whoops, out of the way. You're not out of the way. You're still staying there. Does speed matter? I guess, yeah, we could have speed, so public float speed. Sure, why not? We'll have speed, and of course times time dot delta time, was it? If I remember correctly, that does not seem right. It is right. Speed times time dot delta speed. Okay, cool. It was right. Alright, now we just gotta put you here, and good. So this will follow the player, which is simple enough. But the intro camera is gonna have a rigid body. For a few reasons. We're going to freeze Y position and Z. And only have X here. Assuming that that does what I think it does, it will only stay here. So the player will go up here, I think. Unless we want that to follow the player going upwards. Well, we'll see. We'll see in a minute. So intro camera. We'll do a speed of 3, just a test, and we'll see if it'll follow the player. It should. That is very slow. The player is moving too fast for the thing to keep up, so now we go to 5. That's still too slow. It's moving away from the player. What? Is a rigid body causing this to get screwed up or something? Did I do this right? Transform dot position equals vector 3 dot move towards. Transform dot position, player transform dot position, speed, and that. This is literally the same thing. Might be in a different area, but it's literally the same thing. So, why are you not moving towards, but rather moving away? Well, not the same thing. That up there has been moved. That's weird. Maybe it's because of that. Oops. Maybe it is because of this. Maybe get rid of the rigid body. Remove. I mean, it's worth a shot, right? That's weird. I don't get why that's moving away from the player. Are you not finding this right now? Oh, there's always some weird stuff here, and we did do this slightly different here. Because as you will see in the sample scene, wherever the hell all that shit is. Woo! I forgot what the button was. Was it like W or something? W? U? N? Was it N? Yeah, N. See? It's moving towards the player. Why is it not moving now? Who knows? But it's moving towards the player. Alright, I guess let me just look at Bullet and see what I did exactly. And let's see here. Doesn't make any sense for it to have a collider. So I'm not sure what's wrong with this and why it's not following the player. Where is this right now? What the hell? Where the hell am I? I'm in the darkness. What the? Yeah, wait, no, I don't know where I've lost position of everything currently. What? Where am I? What happened? Let's hide this for a second. Oh, there I am. Huh. What? Is this the wrong one? Is that the camera? No, that's the camera. That's something else. Wait a minute, something isn't right here. Where is this at? What? I'm at a loss for words. Okay, 0. Maybe I should give you a box collider, so I know where the hell you stand? Yeah, sure, why not? I'll give you a box collider and try to figure out where the hell you reside. Why are you over there? No wonder why it's moving away. Of course. How could I be so stupid? This needs to move towards the player, which means you need to be here at the start, not wherever the hell you are right now. Okay, good. Now you're on a mic. Now that makes sense. The camera was, this was moving to it, but the camera, it was not. There we go. Alright, good. Great. Now it should work. I realize the error of my ways now, and it was because this wasn't on the player. It was slowly trying to get to the player. Looks like your speed needs to be increased a bit. Or decreased a bit. Or increased a bit. Realm of the Cats Production presents. And then it zooms out. 4 seems like the number we want. Alright, good. We've learned the error of our ways. And now we need to create another one. We'll call this one Intro Camera Pan Out. Simple, really. And this one's important. So, how exactly am I going to do this, you may ask? Well, we'll see. This is an intro camera, so we can build this for one specific purpose, for this player to tape. I think most of the player's intro stuff is going to probably have to be copied and rearranged for, not the intro. It's going to have to be copied and rearranged for certain aspects, but for now, this will do. Alright, let's see. I need to do a start. I don't know. We might not even need start. It depends here. I guess this part depends. Public. Or we could do private bool. Call it pan out. Actually, yeah. Good idea. We don't need... Well, we kind of need something specific here. Let me get rid of these. I'm going to remind myself what I need to do for LARP, because it's been a while. It has indeed been a while. So it was here, right? Yeah. Here's our LARP, which was vector3.lerp, which was essentially the start point to this point, and so on and so forth. I guess in this particular instance, we need to set camera start point. So yeah, it was basically just taking 2 positions. So I think for this, we just need to do, let's see, game objects. You do a public game object, start point, yeah, and another public game object, which is, I guess we'll call it end point. Make this easier on ourselves. I don't remember exactly, but I believe we could just do startpoint.transform.position for this one. So if pan out is equal to true, then essentially, I guess what I need is a private float called, I guess we'll just call it transition. Transition, yep. Then transition plus equals 0.05. We'll try that for now. We'll change that up a bit as we go on ahead and do our thing. Unless we want to do a public, I guess technically still a float, and call it speed plus equals speed, assuming that's right. Why is that one grayed out? Not sure why that's grayed out, but I guess it's fine. Unless this is not fully being used, it's just being increased. Alright, so here's our pan out start, or something. Just call this pan, whoops, pan out. Everybody get your pans out! And pan out. Which in this instance, since transition is equal to 0, it will stay in that spot. So transform.position equals vector 3 dot lerp. I almost did the wrong one. Lerp. I mean, I guess it's, kind of like that. So I'm not sure. I think we might have to do something else with that. But start. Well, we'll try that. Transform.position and point.transform.position, you fool. And then I believe it's literally just transition, right? Well, that apparently works. Is it going to work, is the question. I would have to imagine so. It's long, but it's fine. It gets the job done. So now we put this on the camera. Intro camera pan out. So we grab the start point, which is literally negative 2000. Same as this, which is that. And then the end point, which I probably should call this camera end point. The camera will not follow the player like this. There will be a certain following aspect in mind for this when the time comes. But I will have this camera follow these camera points here, which is the arrow. There we go. Alright, so let's see what this looks like so far. Yeah, fade transition is disabled for now. I feel like we can move the player a little bit closer. Oh yeah, we don't have the thing that initiates that. Right, what am I doing? Fuck. Right. Well, technically speaking, right. Ah, shish. So wait, actually, yeah, we could try to do that, couldn't we? Hold on. Physics. Well, no, it's not even in the middle. Damn. Well, we could get it in the middle, couldn't we? Yeah, hold on. Rigid body. Freeze all of this again. Now we know that this is not the problem. The intro camera will be 0. Which means the player will be moved there. I'm going to try to move the player a little bit closer over to here. Close to where this doesn't show that yet. How about that? I guess that's fine. So that should be 0, right? Okay, that should be 0. Now I just need to set up something for the intro camera right here, which is essentially going to be in the middle of the start menu. So what we will have here, this is something we're not going to need, but camera pan out, which needs a box collider, 0.5, and a rigid body. Shit's in physics, you fool. Did not use that. And I will move you here, I think. Alright. C-ship. Pan camera out. I spelled that one out. Or spelled that one right. Alright, this one is rather simple. We need to essentially just grab... Where was it? Which one do we have that will make this easier for us to grab? We have nothing shown right now. I'll just grab you right now real quick so that we don't have to write this up again constantly. Alright, so now we're going to grab... Well, technically, no. We don't need to do it like that. Wait, hold on. Or was that how we did it? No, that is how we did it. Never mind. So we're going to grab which one? Intro camera? Yeah. No. Intro camera pan out. That's what it was, right. And that is right where it needs to be. Yep. So we're going to change the name of this to intro camera pan out. And we'll just change this to camera. Change this to camera. Change this to camera variables, even though we're not using variables technically. I guess it doesn't really matter. Intro camera pan out. There we go. We don't need this. We need an enter detection. And we need to do a void on trigger stay. And I guess what we will do here, have a variable, private bool activated, false, if other dot tag is equal to player, and activated is equal to false. Then activated equals true, and camera dot... Wait, did I have the thing here set for this yet? Oh no, technically we're making pan out equal true. Right. Right. Pan... am I doing this right? Oh. I am doing it right, but you need to be public. Now you need to be public. Now pan out equals true. It detects the player, does that only once, even though it doesn't really matter, all things considered, but just because we'll have it there. We'll have the camera pan out utilize that script now, wherever the hell I put it. Menu function, you fool. And pan camera out. Well, you don't need to have that. You just need to detect a thing there. Camera variable. And now I just need to grab the camera. And boom. So we're going to see how this works. It's still following the player. Even if it's trying to not follow the player, it's still following the player. Shish. Isn't there a way where I can just have it do .x instead? .x. No. Apparently not. Apparently I can't do that. I don't know what that means. Damn. I know there was a way to do it, but I never really figured out how to do it yet. Unless it's this. No, it's not. Or is it just X? No, it's not. I should try to figure out more about this stuff, but it's fine. Position. I guess what we need to do... I'm not sure. I'm not sure indeed. Unless the camera makes it... Well, rigid body did not help at all. You would figure that constraints would make that work, but I guess if it's moving positions, then no, it doesn't matter. I should figure that out, but it's fine. Well, I guess it depends. Where is this? Huh. Whoops. Remove. This is 1. So what if instead the camera goes to 1? No, -1. Which means you have to be -1. You gotta be -1. And therefore, as soon as the camera pans out, it'll stay the course. Well, first of all, you need to go back here. Player dodged that. Good. I feel like I should move that guy a bit more. Now the Cats Production presents. Then it's going to pan out right here. Or not. It's not panning out at all. Why are you not panning out? And out is not equal to true. Huh? Wait, what? I thought I had you set to detect the player. Unless... Does the player not have a rigid body? No, the player's not on trigger. Right. That's what we need. We're doing on trigger enters, right. Now it should work. I should increase the player's movement speed, actually. Wait, hold on. At least a little bit. In the beginning. That's the wrong one. But by how much? That's the question. 15? I guess, sure. The player moves a bit faster. Not walking. Although we are planning on making a skip option. Oh, hold on a second. If we're going to have the player move fast temporarily, I should move you to 6. Wow, the player somehow managed to dodge that still. And then a fade out. Or transition didn't work still again. Why not? Pan out is that. Something is not right. Because pan out did do its thing. That's the wrong one. Get out of my way. If pan out is equal to true, transition plus equals speed. Or I guess Wait, what was this again? Yeah, that was data.sfx. Unless this isn't working. Which is a possibility. I mean, it would make sense. I forgot what I need for that. Was it just like vector 3 setup? Because that one just did a private vector, yeah, vector 3. Wouldn't we just need to do, yeah, just start and have that, check that. Well, before I do anything, there is one major component here that we are missing. Well, there's a few major components that we are missing. Many major components. As soon as the player pans out, it's not going to exactly like stick to the player's position. And transition is less than 1. There we go. So that way it doesn't go past the number. Set vectors. So void start. I believe this is what I need to set the vectors up. I think it's literally just... What was it? Vector 3 equals start. Well, no, wouldn't it just be set up a variable? So we got the game, right, we got the game objects, but now we need the actual start positions. Start. So I'm gonna still say start point, but I'm gonna call this start and end instead. No, you fool, we'll do this, and now do this. Well, I guess vector 3 start point. Frick, vector 3 start point. And now private vector 3 end point. There we go. And now, are you saying I can't use start? Alright, start position. Or start. Fine, position. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Just so I don't have to change anything. So start point equals, which is just, no, it's already a vector 3, so that's pointless. Start position dot, no, it's got to be a transform. I'm just wondering if I did something wrong there. Position. And endpoint equals end position dot transform dot position. Assuming that that works, all we need to do is just have this be essentially this, and it should work, right? Okay. I'd say for the sake of simplicity and getting us through this quicker, I'm going to move the player over here. Now look at the camera here. Oh. It would help if we had the actual position, so I probably didn't even need to do that. Well, it's fine. Oh, it's not following the player now for some reason. Why is that? What happened to you? Oh, it's because... Is this thing not moving? Why is that thing not moving? What? Camera staying stuck in this position. -30. Oh, -30. Right. That would be a problem, wouldn't it? Wait, why is it -30? Hold on. God, there are so many things going wrong here that I just don't understand. Are you really moving there to 30? No, you're not moving at all. What is going on? All I need you to do is just pan out, you fool. Hey, panning out isn't what we need. I mean, I'm trying to get this to work, but it's not working. I'm gonna move this stuff then. move this back. I'm going to set you up again. And we're going to see if this is going to do the same thing here and not move. Yep, no, it's not moving. You can't have it lerp from here to here for some reason. Because it has to stay here. For some reason, this isn't moving that. Why is that not moving that? That's what I don't understand. You would think because this is moving, that would move alongside it, right? You would think that, right? But apparently not. Apparently not. Unless I were to... No, that wouldn't work either. So I guess maybe lerping isn't the way. Maybe I'll just have this pan out. Or have this follow the intro camera. So you don't work. That's the wrong one again. We'd used lerp the wrong way, so you did not work. I guess that would mean it would be better to have this here, right? No, that has to be here. But what if instead of this, well, we could take all of this. I'll still call this, whoops, pan out. We're not trying to follow a specific player, now we're just trying to follow something else. So now that we've learned that that doesn't work, well, I still need some other things here. So if pan out is equal to false, then it does this entire line of text. Else, basically just the same thing, but different now. Actually, wait, no, what am I doing? We don't need that. This is supposed to pan the camera out. The camera's supposed to follow the intro, and then it follows something else. Let's see. So now I just need to change a few things here. So game object camera point, I guess. Sure, why not? You guys did not help. You did not help at all. Neither did you. So camera point. Well, we do need speed though, so public bool speed. There we go. Interfloat, you fool. So there's our pan out. If pan out is equal to true, then follow the camera point's position. Assuming that that does its thing, this should now go and follow the start menu's camera point, which is 4000. So go back to here. And let's try this one. Start menu. Boom. Speed? I don't know, 20? We're still going to go fast for the time being. The camera's still going to follow this. Still dodged it. Did not move. It is moving, but Jesus, is it going so slow to do so. Okay, so that's working. Now I need you to move faster than that. Here we go again. I'm still going fast. We're still getting this intro down. Dodge it again. Or we clipped it, I don't know. Slowly but surely, you're panning out. Let's try 500. Wow, that actually matched perfectly. All right, let's try that again. 500. Dodge it again. There we go. Right. And now, Still too slow. So how about 1,000 then? Yeah, sure, let's try 1,000. I feel like double the speed of that might work. Alright, hurry up. Funny how we have most of this stuff here despite it not being used. That was a weird thing that it did. Also, where is pan out again? Yeah, it starts as soon as it reaches that point. That was weird. Why was it panning out already? So as soon as it reaches here. There we go. Although I do believe we could probably increase the speed of the camera. Well, technically, no, we don't need to worry about that. You go back to 4, or maybe 4.5 or something, so you keep up with the player relatively quickly, but not too fast. Now we go back to the player here. God, the entirety of this episode is just going to be us getting navigation set. We're not even going to be able to get the other thing that we need. Ugh, Jesus. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. Doesn't matter. It's all good. It's all hunky-dory. So now let's do it with this. The dodge again. Also, I think the player's back in the same spot. And I think 4 is better, because it still seems a little dodgy. Four might be better. It keeps up with the player just fine. Look at all that. Cast Production presents. I do want to have those kind of make noises, but I don't know how I'm going to do that. There we go. So yeah, it seems like the camera, if it's being moved by itself, is going to move no matter what. There isn't really much that we can do about that, unfortunately. So that has to be like that. Like, your position currently right now is just... Well, according to that, you're 10 and -1 and 4,000 away from that, which makes sense because of the way that's set. Technically, you would probably be 0 right now. But there we go. At the very least, there's the first instance. But it's not done yet. We're not done just yet. There is another thing that we need to do. And this one is simple, really. We need to deactivate one camera and activate another. And that one we'll have set right here. So this one is simple. All I gotta do is create camera transition. I guess I technically could have copied this one. That's fine. I'm going ahead, give it a box collider, 0.5 as per usual. And going ahead, give it a rigid body. We don't want that, as per usual. And we'll put this here. It needs nothing else but a script, which will allow it to transition cameras. So now, camera transition. Which is not what you think. It's essentially taking a couple of these cameras here and deactivating them. So here's what it's doing. Cameras, public game object, intro camera, public game object, main camera. And we don't need a start. There's a few things here that we're going to need. But first off, we'll get the intro section set. And once we've gotten this transitioning cameras, then we'll get the skip so that everything just skips over to that side. So in this instance, all we need is a variable. And we'll call it transition. transition. No, bool transition. So I'm spelling that right. Alright, so this one's easy. Just need to get rid of these. Transition camera. Camera, you fool. Alright, so if transition is equal to false, well, I guess if this is like automatically set, then it doesn't exactly matter. I guess we could probably do that. So what was it again? Just simply main camera dot set active false. I think what it was. Yeah. And intro camera dot set active true. Else, basically just the same thing, but we do this. We activate the main camera, which is the main meat of it that moves the player through the camera and whatnot. And now there's going to be a few things here. Enter trigger void on trigger enter. So if other dot tag is equal to player, then transition equals true, which will then go on ahead and set the main camera to true and all that stuff. And there's another thing here that we're going to need, which is essentially going to be in the data instance. I'm going to go on ahead and grab my data script real quick. And there's more to this data script than this, because there's something else here. What was it again? This? Yeah. It was not a mono script, it was basically just this. Which I don't think we did that for this yet, but we could probably do that since technically this is only really affecting stuff like this. So we'll go on ahead and do that. Hide this. Get rid of mono behavior. I don't think that's going to cause any issues. Although we don't have it serialized yet, so that might be a problem. System serializable. Yeah, we could do that right now at least. System.serializable. And then all it did was set up this part, which was there was static and then there was this. So in this instance, we've got global variables, local, well, I guess save variables, and I'm I'm doing this part wrong. Which is, yeah, that kind of stuff. We'll get this done with now, why not? You were public, correct? Yeah, public. And we did public, in this instance, data, save state data. We don't have save state yet. I guess technically we don't need to worry about that yet, but what we will do at least is public, not static, int create file. Yeah, that's what we'll do. None of this will matter yet. SFX file. No, not. Space, you fool. Public float. BGM file. Public float again. Well, those two don't need to be saved. CBM file, on the other hand, does. Options, variables. Whoops. Unique variables. And what I will do here is create, regions, save variables. things that are saved. And of course, end region. It'll make it easier for us to like keep things relatively confined. And we got global variables, the things that you save in or load in the stuff here. I guess the easiest way for me to explain it is by doing this. So what I did for this, with these three, the save state stuff. I know this looks confusing, but trust me, it makes sense. So what we do for this, essentially, is we have the public variables set here, which is going to be used right here, as you can see here. And then there's the zone here, which has 3 references, one of which being over, I think here was it? No, wait, that's the save system itself. What am I doing? This is used to save the stuff. That's where all the complicated stuff is. This is the simple stuff, because you're just calling upon that, which I guess technically is complex. So essentially, this is what I have set for the load and save stuff. We got 4 different save slots in our instance. In this instance, we grabbed the data, equals save system.load progress slot 1, this stuff. I got to remember exactly what these did. And we got zone, which is equaling data.zone, i.e. this variable up top here. So anytime we have a save state, which is, I think, the thing that we're supposed to have. The save system, yeah, that's a static class. That's a mono variable. This is the one that has to be placed in the levels to initiate autosave. And this has to be placed in the main menu to initiate the loading sequence. This is the only time that it loads. Right? Can't scroll out. Right here is the only time this stuff loads in this instance. As soon as you press load game and load, say, file 1 and it has a timer up, it loads stuff, goes up, does not transition to here. Takes probably a few seconds because I don't know how long it's going to take to load in all of those variables. But the idea here is for it to essentially, run this sequence. If save slot is equal to 1, 2, 3, or 4, run that, which will then load in all the stuff here on this department. Confusing to look at, I know, but trust me, it works. I've done it. Matter of fact, I can even show you the system at work here by going over to scenes and to here, I think, and then just do this, and then just show you the system. So I forgot which one it was, but here's that. So if I were to, what was it again? Oh, fuck, what was it? Oh wait, it was M? Hold on. I gotta remember what the transition was. I had like stuff here to get me to move around the menu, but I forgot what I did to allow me to move around the menu. Let's see. The input was C. Right, C. C. See? It's not switching scenes. Why aren't you switching scenes? See? Go down is equal to true, and transition C. Transition? What did I do? How did I transition here? Wait. The plus. Right, plus. Well, that doesn't work here because I don't think it had. I need to switch scenes. C, V, B, N, M, H, space, K, L, I, O, P, U, Y, T. Oh, wait, it's not going to work when I selected this. C, V. Which button is it? Which button is it? I had a button here that was set to move me between scenes. Which one was it? Alright, I saved file 2 somehow. Wait, what? How did I save file 2? What did I press for that? D? Wait, hold on. What did I do? Why am I going into... Oh, it was... Wait, minus. No, plus? What? Where is my... Okay, I don't remember the control. I do not remember the controls. I probably should have remembered the controls. Load file? Well, it's not going to load file. How did I switch? Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. At least for that. But how did I freaking do the other thing? Save. Okay, I loaded file 2, I guess. And now I'm going to go on ahead and load in 1 now. Because I don't know how to get... Okay, I'm going to change this to this, and I'm going to change this to this, and now I'm going to save, and now I'm going to exit out. Now it's going to go back to 0. And now as soon as I press this, it's back to 5 and 8. So now you know it works. How did I switch scenes? Why aren't you switching scenes? Isn't it not C? Wasn't it C? I don't remember. Was it C? I'm gonna just... You saw the thing work. I don't want to waste our time any further. But yes, we essentially got the save thing instance set up. It's going to be way more simplistic here because it makes more sense instead of just me doing test mode and just having random keys and whatnot to change things. But there's our data. Where the hell were we at again? We set up... Oh, right, the data stuff, right. Well, that's options variable. I guess start menu variable. Also, this is a good test to see if this... Oh, no, it should still work because I was able to get the zone thing to still work. So, public static bool game start. Now, what this is essentially for, this particular instance. Where was it again? Camera transition? Ah, yes, right. What this is doing, if game data.game start is equal to true, then transition equals true. Of course, there's also a few other things that we need to have here for the start menu player if game start is equal to that, which is probably what we're going to do now. I guess what I'm going to do is go over to data real quick, and I'll have this equal to 1. Or true. Not 1, true. Right? Game start. It stays false. I did have that set up as true, right? Yeah, true. So right now we're just going to see if it moves us immediately to this screen. It did not. Did I not put it in? I probably didn't put it in. Yeah, no, I didn't put it in. I'm an idiot. I forgot to put the damn thing in. The transition sequence to get the camera to transition. That's the one? Yep, that's the one. Camera transition. Where we go on ahead and grab the main camera and the intro camera. Both of them. So it disables the intro camera entirely, then the main camera, and boom. Now we just need to get the player to move if data or .game start is equal to true. So I'll leave that there currently for now. And I guess what I need to do is have a point that the player will stop on. Well, I could just do this. Yeah, no, actually, that makes more sense. And I guess technically we can have a couple of instances here. If game data.game start is equal to false, then it goes on ahead and does the start coroutine setup. Else, I guess transform.position equals, I don't have the thing set up, but we'll set it up yet. I gotta figure out a name. Skip dot trans. Alright, I guess I'll just type it in manually. Variables, game objects. Public game object skip. There we go. Alright, so transform.position equals skip.transform.position. Which means the player will move exactly where they need to be on the player's stop, giving them immediate control as soon as, the system starts. And because this is the start menu player, it technically doesn't exactly matter. We're not saving this as a prefab because we don't need it. We're going to save the player's zone movement as a prefab because that's unique, and that it utilizes its own system and stops at certain things. If it teleports to something, the stuff will teleport the player instead of the player teleporting to it. For this one, it doesn't matter because the player starts in 2 different spots. In the menu, the player will always start in one spot. And in the zones themselves, the players will be teleported to the levels via the levels nodes themselves. So currently, right now, if this is equal to true, the player just spawns right here immediately. But there's another instance that we need to have set up here, which is input here. So I guess what I will do... Oh yeah, we don't have movement here. I moved it there. But I guess skip intro. So essentially what will be is if input dot get key down key code dot x is going to be our okay, so in terms of a controller, E is X, PS4 controller, E is X, Q is circle, and X is triangle. So triangle is skip. And data.game start is equal to false. Then that goes on ahead and does this. And there's another thing that we need here. Actually, I guess what we could do here. Yeah, we could probably do that. Sure, why not? Data.game start equals true. So the camera transition will always initiate the game start. So it should be normally running. As soon as it detects the player, game start does its thing. Which means now the player is unable to fully skip the intro at that point. So this will only work if that is equal to false. And once it does that, data.game start equals true. And what this does essentially is make it so that if you exit the main menu and to the start menu, it will immediately put you on this screen instead of the intro. Only when you're in the intro, and only when you start the game up, will the intro do its sequence. So, wrong one. Now that that's set... Fuck. There we go. Fucking mouse, I swear to God. Stop it. Now that's set, we'll put that to false. There will be a couple of sound cues in a few areas that I will have made. So press X, immediately get brought to here. It's instantaneous, so there shouldn't be any black screen. So there we go. So there's our intro. Is this where I want the player to be in the intro, or do I want them to move a little bit further? I do kind of want there to be less of a close call. Would this have the player die? Like if in a normal gameplay instance, because the player isn't going to die here, obviously. player's dead. Okay, I guess that would mean you would probably have to be, 1 then. Oh god, I just selected all. I meant to press S. I think you're fine where you're at. I kind of want to move you in a certain direction where the player has to, like, it comes across you and then moves. I know that if the enemy is there, then the player is going to get caught out. Unless now the enemy is literally going to be... Nope, it's just the same thing. So, what? You gotta be a, one of these, maybe? I don't know, maybe. I just want to get so that the enemy is moving out of the player's way so the player can move. Okay, actually... Nah, actually, never mind. I'll have you here instead. Oh, so the player's about to get, or the enemy's about to get to the player. But the player moves out of the way. And, of course, as soon as it goes over to this point here, it moves out there. I still feel like something's a tiny bit off in that department. Did I mess something up here? Let's see. I mean, I guess I could check these two for a second. So that's that. Scroll up. Huh? Oh, I guess I should hide that, shouldn't I? Or not, I'm not sure. No, you have it. Wait, what? Transform? Rec transform? I guess it doesn't matter. As long as we can see this exactly for what it needs to be. Well, that's saying depth -1. Don't know why, it just is. 0.012. Oh, I see. 0.012, got it. 0.012. Anything more here? Everything else seems fine now. Okay, so now let's try this out. Before it just moved to the thing's position. Now it should be exact. Yeah, music starts there. Oh, technically that should be on. But that's fine. Around the Cast Productions presents. Going out. And it stays. There we go. Paint Maze. And now I want to activate this and see what this looks like. Press X, goes to there. And now, if this is equal to true, then with the way it's at, it should fade here. Actually, it does need to be big. I just remembered something. The transition. Technically, it's got to cover the whole thing because that has to fade out right there. At least the fade out system looks like it works just fine. Take me back to the menu scene. Oh god! Everything is selected. Oh god, deselect. Where the hell am I? Take me to a camera point. I don't know where. Just take me somewhere out of the black void that we were in. Ugh. Yep, the fade transition seems to work just fine. It's just there, it doesn't look like it's actually doing anything. But that's because it's a bunch of black around a very thin line of white. So that's the intro setup, at least. I still got to do voice lines and stuff, but I'll do that off camera. There's still a few voice lines that I gotta do off camera. How much time has passed? It's almost been 2 hours, surprisingly. Alright, let's see. So now we need navigation. Well, navigation in of itself is pretty simplistic. But this one's going to be a little bit of a challenge trying to figure out how we're going to do this. So I guess what we need to do is just have a few things in this apartment. So, move up. How do I want to do this? So I guess we could probably do if input. Well, just realized something important actually. If we're going to be at some point doing something with that. Oh, wrong one. With that thing. We're going to want to have the movement be down there. The key selection stuff be down there. Because we might have like a OR system or something. So instead we do this. Just precaution. Even though I haven't gotten anywhere near getting a console set up yet. And I don't know if I will. If I do at some point in the future decide I want to do that, then it's not going to be too big of an issue. I can just have that here. So get key down, key code dot, well, this is up, so W. Close that. Let's see. Well, I guess we could probably just call this movement. And instead have if moved is equal to false, is it? Then we have that there. Right. Moved equals false. There are all the general instances here. This is not what I have with the player right here. No, the player has all of this there. Which I guess... Oh, wait, no, yeah. No, that's all the other stuff. And then there's that. There's like 3 if variables. Right, how could I forget? There are 3 if variables in all of that. So we have to have 3 if variables here. Where is it? Up here you are. Alright, that would mean, I guess in this instance, if... I guess wall down is equal to false. If wall down is equal to false, and moved is equal to false, yeah, moved equals true as soon as the thing moves. So what we're going to want to do is transform.translate 0, 1, 0. Moved equals true. And start coroutine move. Was it? Yeah, move. So moves the player down. Goes on ahead and plays. Well, no, it has to play a different sound effect. Right, hold on. So I guess technically speaking, the sound manager stuff is going to have to be... I guess the sound manager stuff can stay there. It doesn't matter. The player is going to make all these sound effects, apparently. Public audio... fuck. Audio fuck. Public audio source. Well, which one do we want? I guess we'll have enter probably call it menu enter and menu move. Yeah, that'll work. And then we just go on ahead, void play menu move. Not what I wanted you to do, you fool. And menu move dot play, followed by play menu enter, menu enter dot play. And I think there's still, I guess technically, public audio source menu back, which is not something we actually have, but I'll just call it back to make it easier for me. To which then we'll just have void play menu back. Oops. And then menu back, oops, dot play. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna move you up right there. So in this instance, we play menu move. Play menu move, which will allow the player to move. And now we need to have the other one, the D, if wall up is equal to false, then -1, play menu move, and then move that equals that and all that stuff. Although, of course, we do need to have like increased movement speed here, because otherwise it's going to take ages for the player to move. So what I need to do is speed change. So I'll probably have it here. Change. Oh, we could probably do this maybe? Yeah, sure. Change speed. So if data.game start is equal to true, and speed equals, let's say, 0.1. F, of course. Can't forget the F for some reason. I don't exactly remember why it's like that. All I know is it has to be like that. That was weird. It just stopped making this noise. Did the thing get unplugged? No, it's still in. Okay, so in this department, I need to grab some stuff here. So we just need direction. We just need one of these with a box collider and direction. Duplicate. Remove. You are now your own. And I'll just call this directional block instead. Alright, where are you? You're over here. Alright, I'm going to need you to move. Not here, but here. So you will be here, and you will be here. We don't need to name these, we just need to keep them like this. This will make it so that the player will always be able to move past that point. So now, X, I moved up. I moved up again. What do you mean value cannot be null? Huh? Oh. No, wait, what? Wall down is equal to false. Oh, wait. And... well, I guess... right, I'm an idiot. It's supposed to be the opposite, you fool. Down. There we go. Also, what do you mean by that? Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. I feel like I should just have that be a freaking update instead. If wall up is equal to false, then move up. If wall down is equal to false, then move down. Although now I don't think this is actually going to move now. Can't go up. Can go down. Can't go down, never mind. Apparently I can't go down. Where's the player right now? Well, I don't have that there, apparently. Did I set that up as S, or is that something else? No, I set it up as D for some stupid reason. You idiot. You fool. It was supposed to be S. You misclicked. Also, before I forget, scroll down. I gotta bring menu movement, menu selection, and menu back. Alright, let's try it again now with a little less suck. Now, you're probably not going to move properly. And there you go. Why did that happen? Okay, now it worked. Weird. Why am I moving downwards? What? Why am I moving downwards? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, something here doesn't make any sense. Hold on, where are my... Well, those shouldn't be here, first of all. Those should be here. This is strange, because all of that's over here. Why are you moving to that? I have no idea why you're... Oh! Oh, I know why you're that. Right. Movement! Movement. How could I forget about movement? So if you're going up, movement equals 0. And if you're going down, movement equals 1. Or 2, sorry. Now it should work. But at least now I know that they actually move. Still don't know why the hell the player moved as soon as that occurred. That's weird. Okay, maybe we don't have movement then. Maybe I'll just leave it as update instead. Because if I have it, you know, do its thing like that, then it's just not going to really look as good as you think it would. Alright, so we'll have that one be movement, and then we'll have this one be input movement. I mean, we tried with this. So that means I guess we do need a cooldown then. Alright, that's fine. I tried with this. It doesn't work. Or at least it doesn't work the way you expect it to work. We still need this. I'll set this up down here. Cooldown equals false. And I'll call this CD then. There we go. Oh no, it would be true. We don't want this. And cooldown equals false. There we go. Now we go on up here, get our cooldown. Private bool cooldown. And now we go down here, grab all this shit, put this here instead, and cooldown is equal to false. Now we remove move. I tried it, but it's a bit wonky still. So that means we don't want this. We just need this. Although I guess just in case. Now we'll have it start like this immediately. So that doesn't essentially move the player off the area it's supposed to go to. So got the cooldown, we got the sound effects, got the speed being what it is. Player stop making moved equals false. And then we got the movement itself, which I guess it depends, really. Oh, wait, hold on. There is no move coroutine. Wait. Yeah, there's no move coroutine. Get this out of here. This is not needed. We don't need it. We don't want it. This is not what we want. I still gotta try to figure out why the hell skipping it caused the player to move quickly. Yeah. I think that's the reason why. As soon as it goes on ahead and does its thing, I guess it's because of setup. So I guess what I can do to make that not be an issue, as soon as that does its thing, stop coroutine. No. Setup, I think it was called. Oops, there we go. Yep, stop coroutine setup. That's what the issue was. As soon as it did that thing, it moved immediately. So as soon as we press this, player does not move. Makes me wonder if I should have to be going downwards. I'll try it. I mean, it's worth trying because it doesn't really do anything massive. So, get key. I'll see what that's like. This will ensure that you can move the player immediately when they get to the next thing if you don't want the player to stay there. X. Although if you have a broken key, that's like, yeah, damn it, and no, now it's bringing me back down again. Yeah, it's weird how fast it goes as soon as it gets to that point. The player stops are 0.5, right? Yeah. Alright, good, great, fantastic. So we've got the movement, at least for this part, set. It's not using any selection instances, literally just using directional blocks. So now, we're not going to do too much just yet. We're going to go on ahead and get the, where is it again? Yeah, we're going to get the set now. So we need an upright here. Wherever the hell you are. There you are. We need you here to get the player to move along that path. I need to go to the quit menu now. I think you guys should technically be here. And then there's the player stops that will be used for that. But right now we just want to get directional block, or yeah, blocks going. Now we need a downright, which I will place one here. So we got the player going in that direction. And now going off of here, I need another one of you. Also, I should probably name these. Load game stop instead. New game stop. Stops the player from moving. quit game. Stop. No, not quite game. Quit game, you fool. There we go. Let's move you down here. Quit game, yes. Which I believe you're in the right spot. And copy you and call you no. Then there's going to be menu movement, but that one is simply just having something here that the player activates and does their thing with. There's going to be more that we need to do with this particular instance, but for now, this is what we plan on doing. So now I need an up left. I guess that could be here. Now, as soon as the player presses yes, they will go here, go down, and they will initiate something that quits. And now I need a down left. As soon as they press no, though, now they go down here and do this. Now, of course, we need a directional block, 2, to be precise. So we'll copy this, move this down here, and I will move this stuff down here. So player stops here, correct? Yep. Copy another one of you, remove you, and move you down here. All right, good. So now we got up and down. As per usual, we got up and down. The player will only stop moving as soon as they get to that point. I don't think there's anything here that you need to worry about in that department. But we're going to have like certain X's and stuff activated. So it was going to be basically detect to see if either left or right is there. And moved as false, of course. That's why we got that here, to make it so that that doesn't like screw anything up. Which we will do soon. But for now, I just want to focus on getting this set. Okay, take me back up here. Alright, so we need an up and a left. Right here. Up left. Which we'll put right there. Let's get the player to go here. Alright, good. Great. Fantastic. There's a few things here that's going to be taken into consideration in that department, but we'll worry about that in a bit. Actually, we could probably do it now. I'll go into the save slot then real quick. Get our directional blocks going here. Alright, let's see. So I need a down right. Activate this. There we go. Which will have that player move here. I guess technically because they move there, and that's not really going to be an issue. Because there's no right or left, and as soon as the player goes, yeah, that shouldn't be an issue. The player will still move upwards. So that should still be fine. And now I need an up left right here. Now I need to bring forth the quit menus. This stuff. Bring you down here. File 1. Now this one's going to be interesting. Navigation will still be here, obviously, but there's going to be a few things here that are going to be slightly different. Certain game objects would be deactivated to essentially allow for this thing to run different commands. So if you run through the new game sequence, like maybe say right here, it will change up a lot of stuff here and change up a lot of how things are going to work here. So there will be certain things that the player will go to that will activate, and instead of like running like previous things, because they're deactivated now, it's going to run something else completely different. Right, and now we just need back or backstop. Now I just gotta take the directional blocks, put them here, and boom, I think. Question mark. Yep. Take this directional block, do the same thing, oops, down here. Good, and now you can go through all 4 of these. And this is where the sequence comes in, where you can press E, and it will depend on where it's going. Like, if wall right is there and you press E, it moves right. If wall end movement is that direction. And so on and so forth. That's essentially the plan. So that stays. This is usually going to do this. So there's a few things here that are going to be deactivated and reactivated. And I will set them in their own little area in the directional blocks department. Like this one, for instance, for the new game. I guess technically we have that in the load game sequence. And then the new game will have its own sequence to run, which will bring the player back to the file that they were last on. That's the idea anyways, but I'm not sure how it's going to work. I still got to figure out like camera movement speed in this department. Right. Okay, so I need down left, which we already have one, but we'll have another. Where are we? That's the wrong one. I don't want the quit menu anymore. I want here. Now down left, which we don't have. Player goes there and goes up here. Depending on which one they select, they will be brought back over to here. Which I guess in this instance, we're going to need to have a few things to make this work. So what I'm going to need to do is do new game stops. Or new game directions. So I need an upright. This gets activated as soon as you pass like this point here. Or maybe here, to make it a little bit more simplistic. It doesn't exactly matter when it occurs, because this is all invisible stuff that only we can see. I should... Yeah, this is what I'm going to do for, what do you call it? I'm going to go on ahead and have, basically cubes here that will not be rendered in. I mean, you can pretty much have it set to where the main camera won't render in certain things, right? Wasn't that a thing you can do? Where you just, like, deactivate certain things? Yeah. I'm assuming culling masks means which layer the camera renders. So what I could essentially do is just have these be as transportation and have them render that. That's more important for the zone stuff because that's a lot more complex because we're going to have like completely different like movements here, wall paths and whatnot. This one is fine. We don't need to worry about that too much. Okay, where am I? Right, here we go. So this one is going to be a little bit tricky. So what we're going to need to do is create another... No, we don't need to create another empty. We can essentially... We should move this somewhere else, actually. Hold on. I just realized something. This would probably be better placed somewhere else. Intro camera, player mark. I will go on ahead and create an empty directional block toggles. Now I'll move this here. Yeah, sure. So these are things that get deactivated depending on like certain instances. This will make things a bit easier. So we want load game directions first, because this is going to be the easiest. Because if you try to load game when the slot is all 0, it would be like, nah, man, I can't do that. That's something I can't do. I was thinking about maybe having it, like, detect time, but I think having it detect this is better. If it detects this, that means that it will always be greater than 0. With timer, I have no clue. The timer is a variable that I just don't know if it's going to work as properly as I think it's going to work. Alright, upright. Oh wait, I have player stops here. Right. I could have just done... No, whatever, it's fine. So I need an upright for this one. Just the same as what I have there. Oh, it looks like they're waking up. It's a good thing I don't have to worry about work tomorrow. So that puts it there. Activates that when the player passes past this point. And then we need downright. So no matter what, downright will always be here. Because as soon as you press load file and there is something there, the player will go, move up, exit the screen. Takes some seconds to load, and then, transfer it to the zone, depending on what zone variable you have. This is the idea that I have for this instance, where you have zone and level basically determining where you go. So zone, position, 1 through 35 in this instance, will determine what scene you're sent to, what loading screen scene is sent to. That will then send you to the zone that you were last in. And what level does is have the level themselves teleport the player and the camera to it on the player stop. Which is how we're going to essentially have that. We're not saving position. We're just going to have it move the player, teleport to that position. So there's the load game directions. We got that bringing the thing back and that here. As soon as back is activated, goes here, does its thing, and then that deactivates. Like as soon as it passes maybe this point, it deactivates. And as soon as it passes this point, it reactivates. So new game's directions gets reactivated, which only activates here. Players moved up here and here. Now this one is going to be a bit tricky. So we need to get a few things here. Overwrite directions. This one is simple. This only activates if, the file you select has a number greater than 0 here. In other words, no matter what, if you complete a level and then you go here, it will always activate this. So press that. If that's greater than 0, make that set active to true, and then that activates all of its stuff. I don't know why I'm telling you this, because I could just wait. No, hold on. You should be here. I think that's the right spot. I don't remember. Seems like it. Not like it really matters that much. Right, now I put uplift here. Alright, so uplift does that. And that's the reason why this is like this is just because, I'm overriding, I'm going to go overwrite this save file. Oh, I see. So when you load, you go through here. So that's where you go to enter the game. It's kind of what that is. Technically, these can stay. Technically, yeah, but I guess it doesn't exactly matter. We can still do this. All right, overwrite, yes, A. Overwrite, no. Yay and nay. And of course, I gotta grab the directional blocks, copy them, move them here. Alright, I wanted you guys to be up, even though I don't think the others are that, but it's fine. Where are you, directional block? Get over here, you're needed. So we got you here, I think. There we go. And you here. And there we go. Yeah, so now you're here. No is here. Yes is there. Movement prevention there. Movement prevention there. And now I need a down right again. Or not again. We never had a down right. That will go with doing its thing, and that will activate the thing that transitions to the narration sequence. Nothing else has to happen here. All this has to do is transition the player to the narration sequence. Which essentially, when you go to the main menu, all of the variables, global variables, are reset to 0. Which makes it easier for you to overwrite save files, but not easy because you'll have a menu here to prevent that from happening. Always want ways to try to prevent people from accidentally overwriting their save file. So if you accidentally press new game, and you're like, okay, I'm going to load up file 1, and the camera goes up, and you're like, what? No, press no, and you press E and then get out. There's no way you accidentally press W then press E, unless you're like, oh god, oh shit, oh, what did I do? At that point, don't worry, just Alt F4. Your file data isn't technically overwritten yet. It won't load anything. The variables will be 0. If you Alt F4, nothing will be corrupted because it doesn't load nor save when it starts a new game. The save does not occur until 3 certain instances, technically 2. But when you exit the level, when you finish the level, and then when you exit to the start menu, that's the plan. All right, now of course there's still more that we have to do in this department. We got the overwrite directions, but now we need the file instances, which I think in this instance all we really need to do. Not down left, I need down right. Is file 1 corner. Unlike load files, this one needs to be hidden and shown when a new game is made. So for instance, if you press file 1 and that's it. If you press file 1, the player will go here. That will activate. And then, you do your thing. Of course, you got file 2 corner. And file 3 corner. I really wish you would allow me to press Control D after I name it. And then file 4 corner. There. So that one doesn't hide. These will hide. Well, I guess, yeah, by default, these will probably be hidden until the player goes through here. And that's active. Depends, really. Not sure how I'm going to have this set up, but we'll see. We'll have to have certain instances here that activates for that. So where are we at right now? 2.5 hours? Okay. All right. So now that we got most of the navigation sequences set, all I need to do now is set up some things here. Now this one's going to be a tiny bit difficult, but I think I can manage. So what I need to do is get directional blocks. Although I guess this might be a bit of a problem. It might be a problem. Might be a problem indeed. I got a better idea. Well, I was thinking about having these be different. Yeah, because in the zone, we're going to have actual arrows. I guess I could do this. And we'll have this instead be called a selection block. We're going to add a new tag and call it selection. I'm assuming I don't have any other tag called selection, right? Also, you can be this. Here we go. And the selection block will be here. So in this instance, we only just need to have... Well, I think we're done with this stuff now, so I can hide this. The intro and the camera transition kind of works fine right now. What I need to do now is open up two things here. Where would that be? Menu function. No, start menu. It would be left and right is what we'd need. So we need a selection detection. Basically just this, but it's going to be using a different sequence here. Selection. And we'll just call you select right. That's the player. That's the wrong one. I want to go here. Well, I should probably move this up here instead. So public bool select right, and then another public bool select left, which will allow for the player to essentially, select that and do their thing. But only if move is equal to false. And also, we have to make sure that's equal to false as soon as that leaves its area. So select left, copy this, and select left, false. There we go. So now that that's there, we now need to have input selection. Although this one might be a tad bit tricky to do, it depends on what I want to do movement-wise. Alright, let's see. Obviously we need if moved is equal to false. And then if input dot get key, the key, I guess down, for this one at least, keycode dot e, and if selection, we'll do right first, is equal to true, then that means, what'd you stop at? Then that means we gotta do basically just the same thing that we've done up there, transform dot translate. I really wish you would bring me to the thing I need you to bring me to. This is going right now, so you need to do this. Do that. Play menu, enter. Moved equals true. Movement equals 1. Allows the player to move in that direction. However, if select left is equal to true, then that's what that does. But I feel like there's still more to this than we realize. So more to this that we need. Okay, so where are we here? Where are you? Ah, selection block. So here's our selection blocks. Essentially doing their thing. Staying in their little departments. That's not what I want you to do, you fool. I guess what I'll do is have these underneath their preferred departments. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. If we're going to have it like this, then we might as well do it like this. The camera stuff is its own thing. That stuff is its own thing. And that essentially sets up that. What'd you do? What you crying at? Alright, let's see. Directional blocks. Selection blocks. I need to go on ahead. Do one of these. Directional blocks. And I need to move you here, I think. Yeah, here. And move you here. And let's move you here. Stop scratching the bed. Alright, let's see. Now, obviously, we don't have the quick application sequence up and running yet. Right now, we're just focusing on this. Right, the save slot will obviously always have this. Well, I guess it depends. I guess it depends indeed. This one actually might be more different. The selection blocks themselves might be different here. Ooh, I have an idea. If select right is equal to false, and select left is equal to false, then play menu back. Wrong one. There we go. Yeah, that makes sense. If there's nothing to the left and the right, then it will play back instead, basically telling you that that can't be accessed yet. So yeah, this part might be a tad bit different. Regardless, it's going to be a bit different. I guess for this point, I'll put this here for a bit. Huh? Oh, wait, it's fine. But it's wrong. Yeah, I guess for this point, I'll go on ahead and have these just here automatically, no matter what. So no matter what, press X, and you will go that direction. Right, cat? I also feel like this should be the thing that allows for this to essentially make these visible. So yeah, I guess what I could do is run a script through this, which will make those visible immediately upon player enter detection. Yeah, I guess I can do that. Because this will only be shown if new game is activated. I'm probably going to rearrange this a bit. New game save corners. A strange name, but you know what it is. New game, the save corners. Activating those. Well, this one is simple. We need a public game object corner. I don't think we need any of these. But I might be wrong. So we need, no. We need to get void on trigger enter. stay, because again, we don't know if something could screw up in the enter department like it did before with the gameplay. If other.tag is equal to player, which means these are going to have collision boxes and whatnot. We're also going to need to get IE numerator set up. So public cooldown. What's wrong, Cadillac? And I believe I also need, oh wait, not public. We can have this set as private. Cooldown. And I believe we can have a trigger as well. And, well, cooldown is equal to false. And, well, we could have that there like this. Although I'm not sure. I guess we'll see. Start coroutine. Trigger cooldown? Sure, why not? Which in this instance, the IE numerator, you fool. IE numerator? Trigger cooldown. Nope. Yield return new. Wait 4 seconds. 1 second. Unlikely that the player will pass through it in a second because they have to go through a sequence, but it's fine. Which will initiate cooldown. Equals true. And of course, after that, cooldown equals false. False. It'll start that no matter what. So once it does that, if trigger is equal to false, trigger equals true. Although I don't know if that's going to cause any issues, so why don't I do this? Else trigger equals false. And still start to cool down. Well, if it's an else, then that shouldn't be an issue. Check to see if trigger is equal to false. And if it is, make it true. If it's not equal to false, then yeah, that's what that's supposed to be. But I don't know why my brain thinks that doesn't work half the times. Don't know why. Alright, so trigger true, then trigger false if it's not. And that's for that. So now we need an update. Probably should have kept that there, but it's fine. Oh yeah. Enter detection. Update or hide or show corners. Corner. Yeah, that'll work. If trigger is equal to false, then corner dot set active false. When the player runs through it once, it triggers a true. Else corner. Oh, good, you fixed that. Dot set active to true. There we go. So if it's true, makes it true. If it's false, deactivates that. Oh, and of course, variables. So there's our cooldown, there's our trigger, there's all that stuff. Which does make me realize we do need to have these with boxes. Could I do this? So, are you saying I can't do something like this and have it work? Ah, no, it works. Oh, no, that's not where I wanted to go. Wait. Not override direction, select block. Oh, wait, you guys have that now. It's just you don't have it now. So that works. Okay, that's good. Don't use gravity. Technically, you don't have to be trigger. No, you do have to be trigger. Oh, I know, these do have to be that regardless. What am I saying? Because they need to detect the player. Unless the default isn't actually doing anything in the preferences, or project settings, I should say. That would be in physics, right? Default player. No, that should be fine, I think. Right? Yeah, default. Yeah, right. Yeah, that should work. I don't see why it wouldn't. I'm getting tired. I don't want to get tired. Oh yeah, that's right, I gotta do something here. What's this? Oh yeah, that's shit. Right, never mind. Alright, let's see. Pause menu. What were we doing again? Ah, shit. What was it again? New game save corners. Right. New game save corner. You all have it now, right? Good. Alright, good. Great. So this is the corner that you're going to make visible or not. You're also going to have this. And you're also going to have this. And this is essentially going to be there for like activating certain sequences and whatnot. I feel like there's more here that we have to take into consideration. But this is just making that show. So no matter what, whenever the player passes the selection block, when that's activated, that will activate. Then of course there's the load game, which uses none of that, and simply just has this move the player where it needs to go. Where are you? There you are. So if this is activated, well, no, this does need certain sequences here. Right. It does need certain sequences. I guess... Actually, yeah. We could use something else for that one. Forgot about that. Right, let's just move these here. And let's just get rid of this shit here. Yeah, I forgot I could just do that, right. If this is equal to 0, then that doesn't like go up or anything. I guess that means we kind of need to get a certain thing set here. Yeah, we do kind of need a certain thing set. So I guess we'll do start menu. Can I just do start menu? Or is that not going to work? Okay, it works. Good. So I'll change this. This is going to be reset global variables. And this will happen every time you start here. So I guess technically the idea with this is to have this, well, obviously that's not going to work the way that is supposed to work. Alright, I guess I can't do that. Data dot sfx equals... I'll have it default to 0.5. Yeah, why not? BGM equals 0.75. So that's the option restart. And data.cb or colorblind mode equals false. You gotta reset that. And every time you start a new game, but when you load the game, that's saved and will reactivate. I guess, yeah, if you load the game and that loads in this sequence and has that set to true, then everything changes to colorblind mode immediately right off the bat. So that's good, I guess. These don't matter because they're their own thing. Technically, I should move this real quickly over to here. Shit. You fool. You were supposed to press the V button. There. Everything's not broken, right? Everything's still good? Yes? Good. Great. Fantastic. Alright, back to this then. Alright, well, we'll have that do this as well. Data.creep equals 0. But I will save all of these numbers here. Wait a minute. There we go. Don't worry, there's a reason for this number to exist. It's just, we don't necessarily need that here. When a thing starts... Well, yeah, I think the intro is probably going to have its own sound effect. I'm going to try not to make it loud. So there's the global variable reset. And now we need local, or I guess progress variables. Which is going to be a little bit of a tricky thing to do, but file1 variables. Alright, so do these need to be public? I'm not sure. This thing will load in data from the save system and then make these equal to the variables here. So it might need to be public. I'm going to check. Did I have you as public or did I have you as private? Yeah, that's all public. And that's its own system, so that's not necessarily needed. I don't think I'm going to be able to get to the save and load mechanic today because it's all about navigation. So let's see, public file or public. I don't know what this is. There's no timer. I think it's literally just a float. Oh, just in case, I'll just leave it at that. File1 timer. Then we need a public int. File1 levels. A public int again. File1 depths. Public int. File1 levers. Another public int. File1 voice logs. That's supposed to be capital L, you fool. Whoops. Public int file1 keys. Alright, now that's all of file1's variables. I'm going to have to look further into what I need for most of these for the timer. I know what I need for these because these are just simple numbers. But we don't have the statistics for this stuff set yet. I'm just getting these set currently to allow us to have some form of movement. There we go. So we got all of our file variables, and to make this less of a mess, because, yeah, that's not going to do anything. Region progress variables. And region. And region, you fool. And there we go. I'll hide that for now so this is easy to work with. So this is going to be something that we're going to have to keep on updating every time we do stuff. Essentially, this will take the save stuff, the save file stuff. It will load in variables to then go into here, and then load in variables from here to go into there. Because if I remember correctly, the load system in this department right here just checks to see if the file exists, then does the binary and file stream stuff, grabs the game data, formatter, and all that stuff, stream, close, and return data. Like, I don't remember the exact thing. I understood it at one point, and then I forgot. So, what can you do? And then, of course, you know, save data zone equals data.zone. Oh, that's load game. Save system, which essentially is just, what was that doing again? Yeah, it was just like grabbing all of the stuff there. And then doing other stuff. Forgot what it was exactly. It might have been the fact that this kind of just did its thing. Let's just update variables and then save game. I gotta remember what this is all about, but essentially, basically, just like loads and stuff. I already showed you this. Why am I showing you it again? We're trying to focus on getting movement stuff set up here. I guess for the time being, we can hold off on that until we can get camera movement changed. Because that is actually more important right now. Because right now, we just move the player, but the camera doesn't move with him. So let's do that. Before we get too much into this, also, I gotta check something. How is my PC size? 14! Jesus Christ, man! It was at 21 before. Jesus. Right? It's fine. It's fine. No need to panic. Matter of fact, I'll leave it open. 13.9. That's not cool. I guess we might not be able to do this as long as we think. This is why I need to get this godforsaken D drive. New D drive reinstalled. Whatever. Okay, so we need to get camera movement. So as soon as the player gets to a certain instance, the camera needs to move. Simple enough, right? So I need to get the camera a script. Start menu camera movement. So this one is easy, really. All I gotta do for this, right here, is have this essentially just follow stuff. So all I would need to do is just do this. But it's not gonna follow this like so. I will copy this, though. Well, I guess technically what we could do instead is go to this. Because this has basically everything we need. Why is that here? Why are you here? Get out of here. I'm surprised you didn't break something. Well, this would need certain things activated, but I guess it's fine. I'll just copy this. Paste this here. Alright, so start menu. Start menu. I will change these to where I see fit. Matter of fact, I could probably call this to int. Oh no, int, and call this position. If position is equal to 0. Well, I don't know what the speed here needs to be. Whoops. Speed equals 10. Yeah, 10. Since this is going to be going down, well, I guess it depends, really. Yeah, it does depend. Unless we want to have this change the variable to that, but I don't know how that would work. We'll see. We'll see. So we need a few things here. I need the quit menu. I need the save menu. And I need the overwrite, right menu. So there'll be a few things here that changes the camera's variable. This thing, 1, will be the quit menu. This will be the save menu. And this will be the overwrite menu. So we got our positions that will change with the camera via whatever these particular instances are. Now I need to make another script. Well, first of all, I need to put the start menu camera script in here. And I need to grab the camera points. So we got the start menu, the quit menu, the save menu, or save slot menu, and the overwrite menu. There we go. I'll make it 10 by default, see what that's going to be like. And now we need, what do I want to call this one? Change camera, which I think can be used whenever. Yeah, I think it can be used whenever. Now, what we need to do, we need to grab something. What was it? This one? Yeah, I need to grab this. We're going to change that, though, again. Well, I guess we can't use that every time. Menu camera movement. Start menu camera movement. My god, what a name. Camera. 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 And camera. That takes care of that. Alright, now that we got the camera, here's what it needs to have. Void on trigger stay. And in this instance, variable, I need a public int and call it position. So if other.tag is equal to player, oops, and then of course camera dot what did I call that again? Position equals position. I called it position, right? Also, I don't know if I need this anymore. We kind of got everything here now. Yeah, position. And I guess technically speaking, this would probably also be a good way to change the speed, because the speed of menu transitions would probably have to be changed. We'll see. We'll see in a minute. It's an easy script to apply. Alright, so the easiest way for us to do this is to take the overwrite save stuff, the selection blocks, the ones that have stuff like this, yeah. Just copy that and call this one camera block. We have to call it block again, but it's fine. Okay, so we remove this, and we add in the, where is it again? Change camera. And of course, we put main camera into the change camera variable. And there you go. Now that we got the camera block here, we need to initiate a few things. So, right, we don't want selection. It's going to remain untagged because this is just detecting the player and changing the camera when the player enters that point. Now I want to duplicate this and move this over here. Change that. Well, I might want it here. Although I guess technically speaking, that would be in the quit menu's direction lock. And also I feel like the camera should be above. So this one would change this to 1. Only time that will change that to 1. So now we test it out. See if this works. Hopefully it works. E. Alright, so far so good. Can't go up, can't go up from there. Yeah, camera movement speed's a little bit sluggish. So I guess what I can do then well, of course it's sluggish because we don't have set to any speed value. But public int speed. So then we can also have camera dot speed equals speed. So I guess we probably want a speed. Oh wait. Never mind, I have that there. I'm an idiot. Whatever, it's fine. I guess I'll have this just go back to this. It has to be public regardless, so it doesn't matter. Alright, let's see. That's the start menu. Let's have your speed be 20. And let's have your speed be 20 as well. See what that's like. I think it's a good worth a shot, you know? Alright, so far so good. Okay, good. I would say maybe have the camera block move down a bit more. And we have that there. Alright, now we have to get other camera blocks in here. Now this one's going to be a bit tricky. For this to work, we essentially need the player... Well, we essentially need this to be like, I don't know, 30 or something. And I kind of want the movement to start here. I mean, it's good to try it out first. We don't have any movement going back, but that's fine. X. Oh, right. I gotta deactivate this stuff for now because we don't have a need for any of this yet. Although I don't know if that's going to cause issues. I guess technically these need to be deactivated by default. That does not need to be activated. And you know what, I might as well just get the save file stuff here moving. You should go back up here and do this. I forgot about that tidbit. I have most of it set except for that, which makes sense. Alright, you... And I'll move you over to here. No matter what, you're always going to move that back. You're probably going to start here, most likely. Oh! And how can I frickin' forget? I gotta change these numbers. So this and this has to be 2. Both of you. 2. Go to 2. We're not going to the new game overwrite stuff yet. We're not going to move back here yet. Yeah, I say that's pretty good. I don't know, I feel like I need to make it back the other one now. Oh, right. Well, at least we know that works. Wait, why can't I go back? Right, I don't have a selection block there. How could I forget something so simplistic? Alright, I guess I'll just duplicate you. You always need to have a selection block going back here. There we go. That one doesn't really matter where that goes, so long as that goes somewhere. Alright, I guess now that we're doing this, we should probably try to get something to activate this. Alright. New load swap. That probably doesn't make any sense to you, but trust me, it does. It's going to be used on both of these, and I'm going to change like certain variables to do certain things. So immediately right off the bat, void on trigger stay. It needs the player to activate stuff. If other dot tag is equal to player, well, for starters, we need a public game object for new game menu, I guess, I don't know. And another one for load game menu. This one's pretty simple, really. We need to have like a couple of different triggers here. So this one is going to be a public I guess bool. I don't know how I want to do this one. Menu. So true will be new game, or false will be new game, true will be load game. Yeah, sure, why not? Menu variables, or menu, or just call it game object. I don't know, it doesn't matter. Game objects. Alright, so this one is simple. If menu is equal to false, then new game menu dot set active is true. Oops. Well, we don't want that to be the case for that. Unless we wanted to set to false. Wait a minute. Right, this is not going to work as well as I think. Well, no, it will work if I don't have it like this, so instead we just call it game menu. I'll just probably call this active instead. Alright, yeah, that's right. It will activate and deactivate depending on certain sequences. I guess if that's the case, then yeah, active equals true. So that means if this is equal to false, it won't do it. However, if it's not, then game menu dot set active will equal true. As soon as the player goes through that, but I feel like there's something more that I'm missing here. Unless like I have 2 boxes. Could I have 2 boxes? Actually, I'm curious. Let me try that out. Can I have 2 box colliders and change the position? No, I don't think I can change the position of box colliders, can I? Well, regardless, in the start menu, we need to have a new game or new game swap. I'm curious. Can I move a box collider? Nope. Unless the center is... Oh, I can! Never mind. I didn't think I could. But how do I move the center by itself? Okay, that'll work then. We'll have it just be a toggle-based system then. So as soon as the player goes to this point, this stuff activates and does its thing. Which means you need to have, hopefully, 2 of these. Ah, yes, you can. But now, how am I going to set this? I guess I could set like right here, so maybe -10 or 8, so it's there. Oh, that is useful. But then that means that that's going to be a problem. Okay, I can think of something here. I could think of something to make this work. Okay, rigid body set currently. Okay, hold on. I can do this. I can think of something. So we have activate. I guess what we can do is have public cooldown? It depends, really. It depends indeed on how the hell I want to do this. Alright, so let's see. What if I had a... Well, that doesn't have to be public. Phase. Yeah. We'll call it a phase. Sure, why not? Finds a player if phase is equal to false. Oh, and we should probably also do. And cooldown is equal to false. If phase is equal to false, then phase equals true. Else, make active equals true. So when the player goes through it first, the phase initiates. And it will activate a cooldown. Well, I think in this instance we need to have a start coroutine and call this one CD because we obviously don't have the ability to call that cooldown here. Cooldown, i.e. numerator, CD. Cooldown equals true. Yield return new wait. Return new wait for seconds. Probably 0.5 or something. Well, the player moves faster than 25, so maybe that will work. And cooldown equals false. Once it goes through it again, cooldown initiates, active is equal to true. And the player goes through it. I guess if active is equal to false. Yeah, and do that. Start recording cooldown, active to true, and else again, if it's equal to false over here, again, start that, make phase equals false, and make active equals false. Such a workaround just to be able to make this with only one thing. And I don't even know if it's going to work. So this makes the game menu activate. Okay. This is such a ginormous anxious workaround. But, okay, I did save it, just didn't do its thing. New load swap. Here we go. Okay, so obviously we need this active. So on start, I will have these do this. And now I will copy you, bring you down here, and change you from this to this. And call you load game swap. Load game directions and whatnot. That will do its thing. Goes through there, cooldown, goes through that, activates, goes through here, deactivates, hopefully. We'll see. So with these two set, they are now going to make these two deactivate. Right? Yeah. Phase activate. Okay, now that's active. Now it deactivates. Now we go down here to load game. Activates. What? Hold on a second. Did I forget to put the thing here? Did I really just somehow manage to forget to put the directional block there? Or save file? It's fine. That's why we do these tests, to make sure it works. Oh, and I do kind of want to change this. Not that one. Where is it? Where's the player? Do I not have the player here? Seriously? Okay, let me go back to the player real quick. Wait, were you there this whole time? I don't know. Oh, you were this whole time, but then something stupid happened. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna make these down instead. Like just having to press it instead of holding it. So none of these should really be doing anything right now. Oops. Well, the new game obviously works. I don't know where we're going here. Now we go with the load game. Go here. Activates. Now move in the right direction. Back here again. And this. Deactivates. Okay, good. We learned something new today. You can use different box colliders. I mean, we have like 3 different sets of movements. Now, what's next? So we got basic movement around the menu here. We don't have the ability to quit yet. And we don't have this stuff set up yet. I guess this one is easy. Really. Yeah, this one is pretty easy. Where is my start menu? Okay, here we go. So here's all of our variables for this, right there. We're going to use this as a means to like hide those selection variable instances and whatnot. So I guess what we need now is game objects. Public game object. Load file 1. And now we just go ahead and just get 2, 3, and 4 here. Alright, this one is pretty simple. File 1 levels is what we're going to use to be able to do this, to prevent the player from being able to load if there is no, at least levels complete. No matter what, you have to complete the first level, so it's got to be over 0. Alright, now then, if file 1 levels is greater than 0, then of course, load file 1 dot set active true. Else, copy this and make it false. So yeah, if it's greater than 0, i.e. 1 or above, it'll be active and allows you to load the file. However, load file activation 2. I guess I could probably do file 1 and file 2 and then copy all this. Oops. File 3. File 3 levels. Now, since this is always going to be 0, it's not going to do anything yet. Not until we get to a point where we make the first zone and actually start making the levels and doing all that stuff. Also, where was the start menu again? I realize I have the start menu, but I don't have it anywhere here. Yeah, menu scene. I guess technically the start menu would be here then. Right? Yeah, technically. Oh, that's the wrong one. I want the start menu. There you go. It's unfortunate that all these have to be public, but that's fine. So 1, 2. I'll rename these. File 1. Do this. File 2. File 3. What? File 4. Okay, so now we got that set. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we go over to here. And we do this. If these aren't already deactivated, well, these will always be deactivated in the start. As you see. I didn't need to press that. Didn't want to press that yet, but it's fine. Or something else happened, I'm not sure. Yep. Don't have access to any of those right now. I mean, at least if you press X to skip... No, X to skip will bring you to load game immediately. I feel like the best thing for me to do whenever we press X to skip is to just make moved equals false immediately. No matter what, just make moved equals false. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay. So that's doing its thing just fine. The only thing here that we need to do now... Let's see. So we got this stuff pretty much set right now. Well, that does its thing. There needs to be something here that allows the player to move upwards. And there'll be something here that has the player enter the new scene. That will always be there. So essentially, where is this? Where is the up left corner? Wait, where is the up left corner? You're a part of that, but where is that? Because that's upright. Oh, override directions. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, if load game is there, then this is already deactivated. And that's probably where the scene transfer is going to be, somewhere up here. Most likely. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Start menu. There you are. Okay, well this is working. I don't need this anymore, I don't think. And I don't think I need this anymore either. Or this, maybe. I'll leave that there. I think that's it for you. And then you. Okay, let's see. So, now here comes a tricky part. I guess it depends on how we want to do it like this here. Because it needs to move to here and activate only when new game is active. Override directions, selection block. And there's final one corner. Well, I guess first things first, we should have the camera block up here in the override directions area. Maybe. Well, it should be here regardless, because we want to try to like deactivate this if we can. So that can be 20. Where are you at? All right. Okay, let's see. So we need to have an instance set to check to see if that is set to 0. But where do we want to put that without it being too out of the way? Let's see. Well, we do need save files selection, though. So I guess that's what we need to do then. Save file selection. There's a lot of stuff here in this. I gotta do a little bit more housekeeping in this one. So the save file is important. We don't have everything set here yet, but we can at least get this set currently. Let's see. Public static int save file. Good. Alright, well this one's pretty simplistic. We have a public int called save, maybe. And it only really needs one thing. I think I'm going to use this as a means to activate certain sequences, maybe. Depends. I'm not sure. So, void on trigger. Stay. If other.tag is equal to player, and then of course data.savefile equals save, whatever one we have set here. So no matter what, when the player goes through this, the save file thing will activate and do its thing. So every time the player passes through it, it does that. And set save file. There we go. Which is going to be important for all the save stuff. Man, I'm tired and my throat is getting tired. I gotta hurry it up and try to get this done with as best I can. Alright, so for this one, we only really need this to be in the save slots. So, directional block, save file 1, remove. Where are you? Save file set. Alright, so you're 1. And you will be right here. As soon as the player goes there, that will make that shit change. Changing. Oh, also, I gotta check something real quick. Yeah, that is untagged. This is the only thing that's player tagged. Okay, make that 2, but whoops. Ugh, fuck. That sucks because now I don't know where this is at in terms of that. Save file 2. Alright. Player goes through here. Player makes the changes that need to make. Whoops. So as soon as the player goes through each of these, it changes the save file to that, which is going to be important for a few obvious reasons. Right, Cat? Cadillac. Which, I guess, with that, we can use in the Start menu to check some things out. And this is Load File Activations. So I guess in this instance, File Activations. Load, no. Oh god, Load Files. And I'll just have this be a region called Load Files. Making this easier for me to be able to get to where I need to go to. End region. Alright, good. So that's that for this. And I got new files. Probably going to do the same thing here, so just might as well do it immediately. End region. Alright, good. Great, fantastic. So, similar to what we did in the Load Files department. File 1. Only this one is slightly different. Slightly different. Okay, so it's basically the same thing. Files 1 levels is greater than 0. Not files, you fucking idiot. Well, there's a few things here that I need to do, but I guess first things first. New. Yep, new file. That's what we'll call it. New file 1.setActive. I'm definitely doing this save next episode. I'm too tired. I'm basically running on fumes at this point. It's 5:30. Alright, okay, so if files 1 levels is 0. Well, actually, no, wait, technically. We don't need all of this. Right, it's overwrite menu, we'll call it. Overwrite menu. So I guess in this instance, if files 1 levels is greater than 0, and data.save file is equal to 1, then make that true. Do its thing. Yeah. I guess having that stay active is... Well, no. We do want to bring back to 0 every time. Every time the player passes these, we probably want these to go back to 0. So essentially what I can do is change these all to 0 here. Reset save file. Oh, I probably could just do that for all of them. There we go. So every time the player goes back there, it resets it, so there's no chance of the player getting into here when they exit and load screen for some stupid reason. So yeah, if levels is greater than 0 and save files is 1, then it does that. Then for 2. Whoops. Well, I guess technically we're doing it like that, so file 2. Fuck. File 3. Then the same for 3. File 4. And of course, you guessed it, the same for 4. No, I don't know what the hell that is. No files selected, which essentially is if save data.save file is equal to 0, then this is instead set to false. So every time you go back to the thing and it's set to 0, you know, that does its thing. You go through it, sets it to 0. Well, when you're already on it, it sets it to 0. When you get off of it and go to the next one, it sets it to that. And that's what that does. So if that is equal to 0, it goes up and activates all of that stuff there. Which means now I need to... Well, let's see. Before I do anything, override has a camera block, right? Yep. Yes, it does. So I need you to take the override menu here and do this. Also, I don't know where this would go. I think this would probably go up here. Technically, this would need to go down here. Okay, so that's our new game stuff. So right now, we should just be going up whenever we press the thing. So there is nothing to overwrite. So as soon as we do this, well, I don't know why that didn't do its thing. New game save corners. What's wrong with you? Did I do something stupid again? Oh, cooldown is equal to false. Oh, did I not set that? I thought I did. Could have sworn I did. No, I did set that. So why you refuse to do the thing that you're supposed to do? You're not doing the thing you're supposed to do. You're rigid. You're a box collider. That should now be set to visible. right? Yes? God, Christ, I'm too tired for this. Maybe it's because that's up here and this needs to be down here or something. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense either. Alright, pay attention to this. Let's try this again. That activates, but that's not activated. No, I'm not sure why that's not activated. Well, in the corner. Well, I guess now we gotta check to see if it is actually being triggered. So that's what we're gonna do now. I'm gonna go over to here, to this selection block, and see if this is gonna be triggered. It should be triggered. I don't see why it's not triggered. Maybe it's just in a spot where it's not really fully doing its thing. Yeah, it's not triggering. I don't get it. The player is indeed, in fact, trigger, right? So what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? As player, cooldown equals false. I guess now we gotta see if cooldown is even activating. On trigger stay. Other dot tag is equal to player. Cooldown is equal false. Trigger cooldown. That equals true. What is your problem? What is your problem? Skip. So you're just not able to catch the player in time, I see. Which doesn't make much sense when you get right down to it. I guess I could do a test and increase the size of this to like 1.5 or something. Well, actually, I don't even need to do it like that. I could just do it like this. No, technically I need to do it like this and have this be 1.5. Well, let's see if that's the case then. Maybe it's because it's not in a very particular spot where we can access it. I don't know. I'm just as lost as you guys are. Oh, now it worked. So I guess it's just moving too fast then, huh? Alright, that's fine. We'll do that then. What was it? 1.5 and it's 0.5. Got it. That's what we'll do. 0.5 and 1.5. If we want this godforsaken thing to work, then that's what we need to do then, I guess. So once it gets to that point, the player moves and it gets to a certain point where the fade transition occurs and the player's movement kind of like fades away or something. That's what it's going to do at some point, but not yet, because we don't have any menu transitions yet. So obviously it's not going to work as well as you think. Of course, kind of no point doing tests here with this, but we know that that works now. So there's one test that I want to perform now. I'm going to do it with this one. I'm going to make it so that we have one level completed. So what it should do is as soon as it reaches that one point here, the speed. Why is the speed so terrible? Hold on, what happened to the speed here? Yeah, it's 20. Why is the speed 20? it's so slow here? I don't know. The speed here is so slow at 20 for some reason. Everything else is fine, but for some reason 20 is just too slow. Let's try 100. What is it doing? Is that... Oh, I see now. It's moving inwards. I see now, you fool. Why are you this? You're not supposed to be that, you fool. Oh, I forgot the negative 4,000. No wonder why it's going so slow. I forgot the negative 4,000. It's fine now. It's fixed. 20 is fine. I think. I don't know. We'll have to see. At this point, I should just make data or the thing one by default. Yep. Press no. Well, it's not going to work if you don't have anything there to the left. Hold on. Did I really forget that? Oh, I did freaking forget that. How did I forget that? It's fine. It's fine. I'm just going to grab some selection blocks from... Yeah, you. Sure, why not? Selection blocks. Alright, there we go. I could have sworn I had selection blocks set here, but I guess I didn't. Not sure what happened, but what can you do? It is what it is. Yep, there they are. Doing their thing. Alright, now it should work. X. So go to file 1, press no. Doesn't go back down because I didn't have that set. Right? Can't forget about that. Well, shish. How's this gonna work? I want the player to kind of stay on screen. So I gotta figure out how I'm gonna get this camera block to work. 2. But how is this gonna work? How is this going to work? How is this going to work? We need to have this deactivate. Also, is this deactivating as, this deactivates as soon as it goes to 0, right? Huh. As soon as the player goes there, that does its thing. So what's the best way for us to deactivate this without having to go through a roundabout system again? Well, I guess we could probably do the menu thing here. Maybe. Activate, or phase, activate, cooldown? No, that's only by 3. That wouldn't really work out in our favor now, would it? Maybe it would? No, it might. No, but we're going to go through it 4 times, right? Right, cat? Meow meow. Ugh. Alright, I'm just going to have to make a camera toggle here. Camera toggle. Well, I essentially got to grab a few things, kind of, so I'll grab you, and I'll grab you. I will have a trigger, though. That's for certain. We'll call this camera instead. No, not here. Because I think... Oh wait, why do I have that down here? Oops. There we go. And game object. Alright, now. Game object. Public game object. Camera. Oh, I see. This is not the... I thought that was start. I guess that makes sense. There's no start here. Alright, let's see. So now we need this. But it's not going to be this. Well, we might need this. We're most likely going to need this. Wait a minute. I don't need this. Wait, I could just use this. Ah, right. Or do I? Will that still work? False means it's set to false by default. As soon as you go through it once, it does its thing. Shush. Because it needs to be set by false to default. How am I going to do this? I feel like I need to have something of what I did with that other one. So essentially what I need to do is double trigger it. So as you go through it, it goes to true. Okay, so maybe not like this. Maybe more so like this one. I mean, we still need this here for the trigger. But we need something like this. Akin to this, except it works differently. Where it activates, stays active, and doesn't do anything else after that. So I'll change trigger to active. Not gonna work if I press C again. God, this is so annoying. But I need to get this to work in some way, shape, or form, and this is the way. Well, there will be two cooldowns. One to make it set to true. And then we need phase. So if active is equal to false, make active true. Else, if phase is equal to false, make phase true. And else, make them both false. And it's also the same in terms of camera. Literally, it's just the same as this. Camera talk. Oh, wait, no. Game menu, never mind. But, you know, sentiment still stands. That goes on ahead, does the active. And then that goes on ahead and makes that do its thing. So in the first instance, if active is equal to false, makes it true. And then it goes through that again. Phase does its thing and makes that true. My God. Okay. So, camera toggle. This is the weirdest camera toggle you will ever see, but it has to be this way. It has to be this way. Where is it? The thing that I wish I used for this. That would have to be here, right? Directional block. Where would that be? Is it not here? Doesn't look like it's here. I thought it was here. It's definitely not that stuff. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so essentially I just copy this. I'll move this up here now. And have it be in this department. The one we want to deactivate is this. So, camera toggle. We remove this. We put camera toggle. And we put the camera block here. This one, right? Yeah. So an instance between that and that is where that activates. Alright, let's see. So I guess we can have this here. We'll put 4. So as soon as the player hits that point, that makes that active. And makes that active. Then we have the... Oh! Okay, so we got a reverse camera toggle then. Maybe we could have a reverse camera toggle. So we can say camera 1. Maybe. Oh, wait, no. This is wrong. Well, most of it's wrong. Hold on. As soon as that goes up there... Wait, that's activating it. Ah, shit. Wait, hold on. I need to go activate it 3 times then, right? Because technically speaking, we need to go through this... Fuck. Hold on. Activates, activates, deactivates, activates. Wait, what? No. Activates, next phase, deactivates, activates, stays active. I need to literally do a 4-point transfer on this toggle. Are you kidding me? Alright, phase 1, private bool, phase 2. I guess we're doing phase 1 and phase 2 now. Alright, well, if phase 2 is equal to false. Again, start the cooldown. Again, phase 2 equals true. Oh my god, why are you doing that? What's the problem? I don't understand what the problem is. You're saying there are 7 errors here. Oh, I see. Something stupid happened here. But where? I don't know. Make another one of these or something? Oh, else if. That's the problem. Else if. That's the problem. You're not telling me that I'm forgetting an if. You're telling me something else. So it goes through it once. Activates. Goes through it again. Well, no. Wait, no. We don't want to activate here. We want phase 1 here. To make phase 1 equals true. And then we make activate equals true here. And then phase 2 does its thing. And we make phase 2 equals false once that you go through it again. So the idea here is simple, really. This needs to be down to -5, I guess. Yeah, sure. Why not? -5. So this activates phase 1. Camera still deactivated. Phase 2 initiates. Well, I think phase 2 needs to be here, actually. So that goes through it and does its full box thing. Yeah. And that was supposed to be 0.5, but I guess it's fine. So phase 1 initiates, which doesn't activate the camera yet. And then phase activates camera here. And then phase 2 goes by. And then it resets. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter where exactly that goes, so long as that does its thing. But now we need to do something with this, which basically does the same thing. I guess what we need is we need phase 1 to activate this camera toggle. And we need phase 2 to deactivate it. Right? Phase 1, activate. Phase 2. You can get out of here now. Oh, Jesus Christ. All of this just to get simple camera movement. I guess that's what you should expect when it comes to stuff like this. Alright. So if phase 1 is equal to false, or I guess in this instance is equal to true, and phase 2 is equal to false, then camera 2 activates. If not, then it's deactivated. So regardless, phase 1 has to activate for that to do its thing. And phase 2 has to be deactivated for that to do its thing. If phase 2 equals true, then that goes to false instead. Meaning now we should have the ability to toggle between these two cameras. All I gotta do is set the cameras up now. So we got you, that's... Oh, damn it. Let's have the toggle here. No, the toggle here, you freaking idiot. So here, right there, that's camera 2. And this is camera 1, right there. Camera 1, camera 2. You got that activating this. So as soon as... I guess this should probably be at least at 6. So that as soon as that does its thing, this immediately activates. So the camera activates. Should work, hopefully, if everything goes according to plan. X, new game. There we go. There we go. Nope, went back up. Where is this at exactly? Here it's doing that despite the camera toggle is here. What am I missing? Well, phase 2 should be activated, right? Phase 2 should be set to true. Alright, I'm going to make these public then. I'm going to see exactly what's going down here. Maybe phase 2 isn't being reactivated for some reason. I mean, it's a possibility. Also, I'm going to just go on ahead and I'm just going to make this game start equal, true. No, equals true. That's what I'm going to do. Until we get this done with fully. to where we don't need to keep testing this out, so we can always start on the main menu instead of the intro. Alright, let's see. So phase 1 activates, then active activates. Phase 2 did not activate. I did something stupid here. Alright, where do we mess up? I know we messed up somewhere. Go to camera toggle. Oh, also, we don't need this now. Alright, so let's see. If active is equal to false, active true. If phase 2 is equal to false, phase 2 true. What, is there too many phases here or something? Okay, well, now I'm not understanding why that's not doing cooldown. Fucking Christ, do I have to do this now? Is this what I'm going to have to do now, is make public bool cooldown? I guess so. I guess we're going to see if cooldown gets stuck. Cooldown didn't activate, so something stupid happened here. What is the question now? Start coroutine CD. Start coroutine CD. I don't get why this is not working now all of a sudden. Man, this is annoying. Active is equal to true now, else if phase 2 is equal to false. Right? So it's not starting to cool down. The cooldown does reset back to false. And it doesn't matter if this is not here. Though I guess technically speaking, we probably should have it like this instead. I don't know, let's try it again. Box colliders, rigid body. Makes no sense for it to not work otherwise. It works just fine for the other file menu. Although then again, we got several different phases here. Okay, maybe we're just going too far into it. Yeah, no, I think we just gotta change the way the player moves. I think that's the problem. The player's, like, transforming and translating. I mean, I can see if that would fix it. Because as soon as the player is able to move again, they move. But I don't know if that's going to actually work. It just makes me worry that they're going to stop moving all of a sudden. I mean, it's working, which is good. Seems like it's a hell of a lot better this time. Unless, instead, we create a cooldown. Yeah, that makes a hell of a lot more sense. Why is this not automatically doing this as soon as it starts? That would make the most sense to start cooldown immediately. So why is it not doing that automatically? Ugh. Christ, I don't know. I don't know. But now this should work. Hopefully. moving by 1 now this time as opposed to 2. And because there's nothing here, or there's 0 there, we just keep going. We keep going until we can't go no more. And then we got stuff like this. I don't know why that does that. Jesus, I don't know why that does that. It's as if it's activating multiple different things at once. Ugh, man, what do we do? Maybe, idea. What if this was set to check to see if yeah, that would make sense. And cooldown is equal to false. There we go. Usually is always just we need a cooldown. That should hopefully fix that so that nothing stupid happens and breaks. Because something will probably break if that happens. That's why we gotta keep on testing, making sure everything runs properly. Which now makes me wonder if we can just do this now. Because there's a cooldown. This doesn't necessarily need a cooldown. Now that there's a cooldown in place, and when we go a little game, yeah, as you can see, we can't do anything here because that's still 0. But this will let us go and load the game. Okay, so we got most of navigation pretty much set now. I would say the only thing here that we would need to test out is all of the variables. Well, it would be here. It would be here. Just test out all of the levels right here. Also, how long have we been at this so far? 4 hours, jeez. And 13.5 gigabytes. Okay, so we're still good on size, apparently. Damn, we've been at this for 4 freaking hours. Alright, so... that brings us back to there. That corner activates. Does that thing. Brings us down to file 3. This corner activates. And of course brings us back down to here. Or the thing just stops working all of a sudden for some freaking reason. There's got to be a better way to get this to do its thing. Where are you? Where are you, you piece of shit? Nope, now it's just not working. This camera toggle thing is a piece of shit, I swear. There's got to be a better way for this to work, because the camera toggle is just still not really doing any good. Okay, what if... This is annoying. Yeah, because if this disappeared... That's kind of necessary for that. God, what do I do to fix this? I have no idea. It's annoying that it sometimes doesn't register that the player is there. Doesn't do its thing, doesn't register. The only other thing I can think of for this to work properly is to increase the size of this thing. It's worth a shot. I'll make this 2 and bring this down by 0.5. Or down by 0.5. And I'll do the same for this one. Make this 2. But negative 6.5. Or 5.5. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe it's too small. And when the player goes through it, it sometimes goes through it too quickly. Which is a bit worrisome for stuff like this, because then the player won't stop if that's the case. This is a stupid reason. And it resets. So if I go to 4, it didn't even fucking activate phase 1. You are the worst. You detect the player. No. You detect the player. If phase 1 is false, which it is, you do this fucking thing. So why? Why is it so difficult for you to do the thing? My God, it's stuff like this that ticks me off. Alright, well, you don't frickin' work, so I'm gonna have to figure out something else with this thing. There's another way to do this, apparently. You are not the way. We need these to activate and deactivate according to what it needs to be. Okay. No, wrong one. I got another idea. So instead of this shit, we'll do something else. We'll have each camera deactivate each other. As soon as the player goes into it, the camera will deactivate each other. It's the only other thing I can think of to make this shit work. So there will be no cooldown. There will be no need for that. There will be no need for that at all. You will make active. Whoops. Active equal true. Well, it's probably going to be like this. Whoops. And you'll be a solid 2 seconds. We'll see if that works. Hopefully. Why are you like this? Oh, because of this. Right, what am I doing? I have the whole thing set. What am I missing now, game? The program. What am I missing now? What? What do you mean CD is declared but never used? What is your problem? I'm not seeing the issue here. Alright then, cool down. I'm changing you to cool down. What do you mean? What could you possibly fucking mean? What? Oh, because of this motherfucker disappearing. You're making no sense with your errors. Why does it not make sense with its errors? Okay, whatever. If active is equal to false, which it will be, it will set active to true. And it will make the other camera activate. No, wait. Yeah. No. No. If active is false, then it should be set to true. So as soon as the player goes through it, makes active true, sets this to false. Waits for 2 seconds. Instead of having to deal with this system being so goddamn buggy. It works for this. Don't understand why it doesn't work for the other thing. Don't understand at all. I just don't understand. So you will toggle this thing. And you will toggle... wait, which one? Yeah, okay. You will toggle this one. So you have that one. And you have this one. You'll both will work hand in hand. 2 seconds. I think 2 seconds is fine. I'm not sure. See, this works, but the other thing doesn't. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Okay, so we need it to be longer than 2 seconds. So 1 second is fine then. I think. We'll see. So hopefully, this means these cameras will now properly do their thing. I guess we have too many else's, it just decides to not work. Just testing it. Yeah, that makes more sense. Now the real test, file 4. Okay. Okay. File 4 works. And this works. These should work regardless. Oops. And because all these files have 1. Makes me worried for this. And we go through it multiple times. I didn't do that. It's fine. It's whatever. Okay, well, I think navigation here is pretty much set. We don't have everything functional yet, but navigation set, that's great. That's awesome. That's fantastic. I still need to get the application to quick as soon as we go to here. And then we got to implement the save and load system. My God, I'm so tired. Well, sorry for the lack of conversation. There's not a lot of conversation you can have when there's just so many things going wrong when it needs to go right. At least now we got navigation set. The base navigation is set, I think. I hope. I hope nothing breaks. Now all we need to do is get the save load system, the statistics, set up all of this stuff when it's time to set that up. And then we gotta have this move things, because we're gonna be working on 2 different menus here, but for now, that's all the time I have. I'm tired, so thank you all for watching today's episode of Game Crafters. If you enjoyed this, please leave a like, subscribe for more. Oh, check out their playlist, and of course, previous episode of Game Crafter right over here. And a most recent episode of Sonic Frontiers, which is a mess as well. At least episode 6 is fine. Phew. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Later.